All right. Let's get things moving then. I'm actually ready nice and on time today, so going to get underway a little bit earlier. Still got 4 minutes on the countdown, but nevertheless, we'll crack on. So welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope we're all doing well today. Welcome. Pilot Fisk, welcome again. I hope you're doing well. Ramsey, welcome, dude. Hope you're doing well, mates. Paul, welcome to the chat. Snowing like crazy. Yeah, it certainly is. Very, very snowy. We've got freezing fog on the METAR as well. So it should be a pretty interesting departure, I think. Should be, pretty taxing, I think. It's going to be quite difficult for me because, as you guys may know, whenever we fly the DC-6, we tend to do it, fully manually without using the flight engineer. So it should be interesting. It's going to probably be quite overwhelming for me on the departure, so I'm probably just going to sit here and not say anything, but it's going to be interesting, definitely. So yeah, it should be a very, very cool flight today. F14, welcome to the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well. Welcome back. McLaren, welcome to the chat on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. Happy flying to you too, sir, if you're flying. But thank you very much, dude. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. All right, so here we are then. Let's get right into this, guys. Let's get right into this because we've got something a bit special planned for today. So, I don't know if many of you caught it from the title of the stream or from the description, but we're going to be flying today using radio range navigation, which is essentially it's how they navigated sort of in instrument flight rules back in the sort of 30s and 40s, and until it was really succeeded by sort of VOR and NDB navigation. So it should be pretty interesting, I think. I have done it a few times before. I have practiced it before. So I'm fairly confident we can get it done. I'm obviously going to try and... Well, I'm not going to refer to any actual maps. Obviously we won't have the GPS in the aircraft. I do have a little nav map open here on the side just for a little bit of information, but I haven't got my aircraft showing on there. So we're just going to use that purely for... Just for my reference, really. There's a few details on there that I like to refer back to. But yeah, like I say, it's radio range navigation. So what is that? You may or may not know, but it's essentially navigating using these sort of radio range masts that they had set up. I believe it was originally quite widely used across the US, not so much elsewhere in the world, but I think it sort of migrated elsewhere. I don't know the full history of it, but I do know how it works. And basically how it works is you have a radio range, and it has 4 quadrants around it, and each quadrant transmits a Morse code letter. So there's 2 quadrants that will transmit an A in Morse code, and there's 2 quadrants that will transmit a B in not a B, a D. Sorry, not a D. An N in Morse code. And it's these 2 letters because basically when the Morse code of the 2 is sort of playing at the same time, it transmits a constant tone. So that is when you know you're flying on the right line. So all of these radio ranges were, most of them anyway, were sort of set up in an airway system, a very sort of early airway system. And... basically what you would do is you would fly towards the beacon. If you're getting further or closer away because the volume of it changes, the actual volume that you can hear in your earphones. And like I say, you're aiming for... you want to first check out the charts, which we'll have a look at. And you want to obviously establish whether you're in the A or the N quadrant. And once you've established that, then obviously referring back to the charts once again, you can determine which direction you need to fly to get closer to the beam essentially, which is where you're flying directly in between the 2 quadrants. I realise I'm probably not the greatest person to explain this. I am still quite new to it. I am learning it, but let's give it a go. I'll show you some stuff on the fuzz pad, and hopefully that can make a bit more sense to you. So if we bring up the charts here, these are some really, really old charts, basically, that we used for radio range navigation. And I'm just going to scroll down very quickly to our initial page that we'll be using here. So I'll zoom in a bit and see if I can explain this to you a little bit. So here is a chart. Now, it should look fairly familiar to you. It kind of looks like an en route chart that we see nowadays. But it's a little bit different. As you can see, you've got these lines coming off it and things like that. So if we zoom down here, you can see here that here is the Denver radio range. Now, that's not referring to Denver Airport. The actual radio range itself is actually located a little bit southwest of the airport. And just before I go any further as well, by the way, guys, if you want to download this mod and have a go with it yourself, there is a link to it in the description of the video. And you can download it, and everything you need is provided. So there is this file with the charts is provided. There's a manual which basically teaches you how to do it. It's quite a good tutorial. So if you want to have a go at learning it, this is a very good place to start. And it's got a bit of the history in here as well, and a little bit of an explanation, similar to what I've just given you. But here you go. So this is a picture here of a radio range. You can see it's got the center mast and then 4 of the masts around it, which obviously generate the different quadrants. And let's see if I can get you a better representation. So if we come to the charts, that's probably going to be the best way to show you. So we'll just use Denver as an example because that's where we're going to be departing from. And you can see the radio range here indicated by this triangle. And then you can see it's got a circle with 4 different quadrants in it. 2 of them are shaded and 2 of them are not shaded. Now, on this chart, it actually slightly contradicts how it's been set up here with this add-on by Eric. And he has he's got a little application that you run separate to the sim. And this is how you tune the radio ranges and listen to them. However, it also has this feature where it will actually draw the radio range for you, the actual the way it's arranged. And so, as you can see here, it says shaded area indicates an N signal. There you go. Now, this is a little bit opposite to how this chart is done. The shaded areas on this chart are actually an A, and the unshaded areas are an N. Anyway, just let's give us a roughly, a practical example of how we're going to use this. So, Denver Airport, where we're currently sat on the apron, is probably somewhere around here. So, if you look at the radio range, you can see it's got a line coming down this way, like so. And bear in mind, these 2 lines they're not in a perfect straight line. As you can see, it bends a little bit. And the same this way as well. And you can see here, if I draw this circle in, so you can see a bit better, this is the shaded area, so that is indicating an A. And then the blank areas are indicating an N. So we know at this airport we're going to be within the A quadrant. We're going to be in the N quadrant rather. I'm getting so confused now because the this is contradicting it. So shaded area on here is an N. So shaded area on here is an A. So as you can see, we are in this quadrant right here. We're about here, like I say. So we're going to be listening for an A signal when we depart, which we'll listen to once we get set up here. So an A signal is going to be a dot and then a dash on the Morse code. So what we'll do is we'll depart from Denver. Now, I've planned for runway 08. I'm not sure if I might change that slightly, but we will see. And we're going to depart from Denver, which, like I say, is about here. And then we'll depart runway 08. So we'll depart to the north. And then what we'll want to do is we'll want to take a right turn and then come down here. We'll probably head southeast, roughly. So it's going to be a little bit like that. And then once we start getting closer to this beam here, what we'll start to hear is we'll actually start to hear the D signal coming in. Not the D. I keep saying D for some reason, not sure why. We'll start to hear the N signal coming in, which is a dash and a dot. So we'll start to hear that coming in as we get closer to this line here, basically. And once it becomes a continuous tone, we're then going to turn to fly on this beam, basically, which is it's 239 inbound. So I think that's what, 50... Is it 69 outbound? Let me just work that out. I'm terrible at working this out. So yeah, 59, which does actually match up with the other side in this particular case. It doesn't always. So we'll be flying 59. We're going to turn to 59 and fly outbound. And then after a certain period of time... Now, it's a bit funny, these charts, because whilst it doesn't actually explicitly say a distance between here and here, for example. However, I believe there is actually some grid lines. Okay, so these grid lines are indicating longitude and latitude. So that's not going to easily tell us too much information about the distance. But anyway, how it's going to go is we'll fly outbound on the 59, and then we are going to switch over to this frequency at some point, and then we'll listen for that, and we'll try and... This is a slight turn to the right, only a very slight turn. And we'll listen for that then, and we'll listen for that continuous tone, and then we'll carry on. And then we're going to carry on the whole way like that, all the way over to Chicago. And yeah, hopefully that makes some sense to you guys. That is essentially the principle of radio range navigation. So we want to basically listen for the Morse code and make sure we're flying on the continuous tone, basically, which is called flying on the beam. And as you can see here, if I point out... Oh, did not mean to do that. So you've got this radio range here, this radio range, and the radio ranges, they're all sort of aligned in a different way. So you can see in the top left on this one has the A quadrant, for example, and so on and so forth. They're not all oriented in the same, so we're going to have to check that as we go along. But that is it, essentially. So we're going to start... I'll give you an overview of the route. So the route itself is going to be like this. So if I zoom in a little bit, the add-on also comes with a little navmap file as well that you can import, and it will actually show the radio ranges in little navmap, which is how I've essentially planned this route here. It's a little bit easier than using the charts, because the charts are all, you know, it's like this. It's a small area per page. So anyway, like I say, we're going to depart from Denver, and then we are going to look to fly outbound from the Denver radio range. As you can see, the airport is just in the northwest area of this radio range. So like I say, we're going to do runway 08, and for some reason I said earlier on that was taking off to the north, wasn't it? Obviously it's not, it's taking off straight to the east. So I might actually just choose a different runway to give us a bit of extra time to kind of get settled in the climb and then start making our way over, rather than just going straight for an intercept. So I think we'll do that. But the routing is essentially going to be as follows. So we'll follow outbound on the Denver radio range, and then we'll intercept this one right here, and then basically just following between all the radio ranges all the way across to Chicago. We'll intercept the final radio range. We'll intercept is the Chicago radio range, and we'll make an approach into Chicago. Not sure what runway we're going to use just yet. I'll work that out momentarily. But yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll fly inbound to the Chicago and radio range. This is only 10 miles away from the airfield as well, so we'll try and be at a level altitude as we are coming in here. So we'll probably look to be, let's see, what altitude is Chicago at? 680 feet. Okay. Yeah, so we'll look to be about 3,000 feet. Maybe a little bit high, maybe 3,500 feet as we are coming in towards this radio range here, and then we'll make an approach. So that is the route. Now, what I'll do is just very quickly run through the same route again, but using these charts so you can see a little bit more clearly how it all kind of comes together. Excuse me. All right, so like I say, we're going to depart from Denver, which is, like I say, somewhere around here. And then we're going to fly onto this airway here, all the way across, through Akron and Hayes Center radio ranges, and then I keep doing that, oops, and then we are going to go to, that'll bring us onto this page, so Hayes Center down here, as you can see. Then we're going to be following up here through Grand Island, keep on going through Omaha, and then all the way through Des Moines, and continuing on all the way over to the edge right here. Doesn't look like there's a radio range at the end here. There isn't, so that's fine. This H is a homing beacon. I don't think we can use that. It might be as an NDB in the sim, but we're just going to stick with the radio ranges. And then from there, that takes us to... Oh, okay, so yeah, Iowa City will be our next radio range, and it's probably just off the page, something like that. So we're going to go then to... Which page did I need? 27, that's this one. Okay, great stuff. So it gets a bit complicated here, but as you can see, we've got... in fact, Iowa City, that is the name of the homing beacon, I gather. So we'll be next going to the Moline NDB here, and we'll be following not NDB, I keep saying NDB, radio range, and then we're going to be following this airway all the way out, and then it gets so complicated here, it's so hard to read. I believe this one is the Chicago radio range, so we're going to continue flying outbound on this radio range. Oh my god, what the frick? The sim has just crashed, guys. And then we're going to take a left turn towards Chicago radio range, and then we'll make our approach. So that's the route in a little bit more detail. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. But I guess we'll be going back to this camera now because the sim has crashed. I've had that happen to me twice here while I've just been sat here doing nothing in the sim. So I'm not exactly sure why that is. Oh, what's going on in the chat here? Someone being a tit. Jason McLovin, welcome to the chat, dude. That is an instant timeout for you, sir. We'll be seeing you. All right. Thank you very much for that, Asa, by the way. Thank you very much. All right, guys. So I'll catch up with the chat in just a moment. Let's just get the sim relaunched. I'm not sure why it's just crashed on me. Again, it crashed, like I say. When I was setting up the stream, I just set it up as I just did now. Didn't do anything, and it just crashed. I assume it might be to do with the little hack that you use for the DC6 to basically give it a little bit of a higher frame rate. I think it might be something to do with that, so I'll try it with that off this time and see if it crashes again. But if it keeps crashing, guys, we might not be able to do this flight because, like I say, it just randomly keeps crashing with no explanation. And like I say, that happened a couple of times so far without me even doing any flying. So I'm really not sure on that one. Let me just real quick just find something else. hey. Right, let's catch up with the chat then. Alessandro, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Sorry, I don't know. I can't read that name there. It looks like it's written in, don't know, Chinese or Japanese, something like that. I can't read that, unfortunately. So sorry, I can't use your name. But NDB, I'm not sure what you're asking there. We've just been through the full route in detail, not using NDBs now. And timer we can use. Yeah, we can use the timer for certain. Yeah. But it is quite a long distance that you're going to travel. So, yeah, I might just have to do a few calculations for that. All right. Mohammed, good evening, sir. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing not too bad at all. Yeah, thank you very much for asking. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you too as well. Thank you. Wolf Gaming, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. What plane we're going to be flying in the PMDG DC-6 today? Beset Ball as well. I guess he's probably been timed out or something like that. But I'm not sure what that question is supposed to be. What is going on today? How do I get money? Yeah, like Wolf Gaming said. Yeah, get a job. And Wolf Gaming, not sure what's going on there. What are you trying to achieve there? Telling him you're hiring for your channel and you pay. Yeah, not sure on that one, mate. Dave, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Oh my god, that's the first time I've seen that, guys. Have you guys seen that one before? What the frick? I mean, I haven't got anything running that I haven't ran before with the sim. Oh dear. Let's just see what happens. Press any button to start. What the... What is going on? And now it's not... What is this? It's just a solid circle. I've never seen that one before either. What is going on? Jeez Louise. Well, let it do its thing anyway. We'll see what happens. Mohammed, thank you very much, dude. Thank you. You're far too kind. You're far too kind. Paul says, never knew how that radio type navigation worked. Yep. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's quite an annoying thing to try and navigate by, but as you guys will see, but we'll see how we get on. Flat farmland the whole way to Chicago. Yep. Certainly is. Happened to Blue Games the other day. Update your simulator. You can't play Microsoft Flight Simulator unless it's up to date. All the updates are mandatory, so there's nothing to update. Currently flying Zakynthos to Toulouse. Very good, Acer. Very good. That sounds like an interesting route. Have you got the Toulouse scenery? That one looks really good. Oh, here we go, guys. We've got it again. Is it going to just do the same thing again? Because if it's going to just... I genuinely have no idea what's going on here, guys. I've never experienced this ever. We'll let it do its thing one more time, and then I'll try relaunch it again. I'm not sure why it's saying there's some interference with a firewall or whatever. I mean, I can check the situation with Windows Firewall, but... Wait, what? What is going on, guys? All of a sudden, just a random new loading screen. What is happening? Are they changing something on the back end? There isn't an update today, is there? The update's on Monday, right? Let me just check the forums real quick, just in case they've pushed out some random updates. Nope, doesn't seem so. Maybe they're changing something on the back end and it's just causing a few hiccups. It seems to be loading okay now, though, so we'll let it do its thing anyway. Leo says, will I connect to VATSIM? No, we're not going to be doing it on VATSIM today because, like I say, I'm using radio range navigation, and that probably wouldn't go down too well on VATSIM, I imagine. Wolf Gaming, yeah, I'm doing very well. Yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah, how are you doing? Oh, no, it's doing the same thing again. God damn it. I'll just close it for now, and then we'll try and relaunch it one more time. Wolf Gaming says, my name used to be Cody Moore. I just got my channel update through last week. New things, new channel. Fair enough, dude. No worries. Well, Cody, welcome to the chat, dude. Oh, you're just trying to help him get a job. Yeah, interesting. I mean, yeah, I don't know. When people come in the chat with messages like that, there's no point in even responding to them. They're just looking for someone to try and troll. James hasn't had that before. Yeah, I've never had that one before. Literally never. I haven't seen that press any button to start since, I don't know, since they removed it. You had to do an update. So when it says checking for updates and it's not coming up with an update, I guess I have to, maybe I'll try launch the Windows Store and see if that does it. Hey Mike, hey up dude, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. No scenery, fair play, Asa, fair play. That one's really good for Toulouse by Flightbeam. Very nice. Recommend having a look at that. I haven't got it, but I've heard very many good things about it. How are you feeling, by the way, Asa? How are you feeling? Are you feeling a bit better? Cody's flying Las Vegas, Nevada to Idaho. Very good. Very nice. I really want to get that scenery for Las Vegas. What's it by? It's by Flight Tamper, and they've got the animated fountains on this strip. Looks so cool. Happened to me just before I just restarted the PC. Oh no! Please don't tell me I'm gonna have to restart my PC. Please no. I really don't want to restart my PC now that we've started the stream. Did it do an automatic update? No, not that I've seen, no. Not that I've seen. I mean, unless it did do, but I haven't seen any updates happen. Usually I get a notification. Hey, there we go. I have zero clue what happened there. Zero clue. Right, so guys, if you want to join along today, I'm going to have multiplayer on. We're going to be on live players if you want to follow along. And we're going to be on the West... We're going to be on the West Europe server. So if you want to follow along, you're more than welcome. I'm going to spawn in at the cargo ramp on the far south side of Denver. Because we're doing I don't think I mentioned, did I? We're doing a cargo flight in the United colours. So United Cargo, and we're going to be loading it up full. We're going to get it full. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very heavy, and we're going to have to do a wet takeoff as well. I don't think I've ever done one of those before, let alone fly the cargo variant. I don't think I've ever flown the cargo variant on stream. I've definitely flown it off stream, but yeah, it should be cool. It should be cool. Right, I'm just going to get the aircraft quickly in a state that it was in beforehand, and then I'll get you guys on the case. Actually, no. Let me turn off this hack for the DC6 because that might be causing some issues. I'll turn dev mode off as well. Right, so I'm aware the camera's still on, by the way, guys. I'm just getting things set up in a state where I can just jump over and show you guys. So I'll just be a second. We'll do the load and balance together. Anyway, guys, so where did we get to? So I've briefed the route. Obviously, we're not going to be using any modern day charts for this flight because of obviously the very nature of what we're doing today. So, oh, look at that. That shows up now for you guys. Oh dear. Right, I'll put it up here. Right, so yeah, like I say, guys, I've briefed the route, haven't I? We'll go ahead and just jump back to the tablet real quick and just make sure we've covered everything. So we've covered this route. We've covered the basics of radio range navigation, and we've also covered the route along the airways. I'll tell you what I'll do now, though, guys, is I will go ahead and launch the Flying the Beam application. And I'll show you what that looks like before we do anything further. I just want you guys to kind of understand and know exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve here before we kind of get things moving, just so you know what I'm doing. Right, so as you can see, this is the Fly the Beam window, if you like. This is kind of equivalent to what it would look like, you know, if you had a radio in your aircraft that could tune for these radio ranges. Now, is it possible for me to put this onto a specific output? Yes, it is. Fantastic. All right, so if I go ahead and tune the Denver radio range down here, what we're going to listen for is, well, we'll tune it first. So that's 379er. So that's 3, 7, and 9. Now we can start listening. And there you go. So as we're in the northeast, actually we'll draw this plot as well so you guys can see exactly what's going on here. So this is the visual representation of the radio range, and as you can see, oh, it's actually changed it. He's actually changed it, I believe. Shaded area indicates an A signal. Okay, so that does actually match the charts. So my apologies from... I was showing you guys this earlier, but it looks like it's been changed since the manual was actually made. Anyway, so you guys should be able to hear the radio range, can you, or not? I don't believe you can actually, can you guys? One second. Can you guys hear the radio range? Can you hear the beeping or no? Oh, you can? Fantastic. Okay, if you can hear it, then that's fine. That's great. It wasn't showing up here on my... Tell you what I'll do, just for ease. You can hear it. Okay, fantastic. Great stuff. Just trying to get it on its own channel. For some reason it won't go onto its own channel. Anyway, we'll just have to deal with it like that. So we'll put it back to default like so. Anyway, you guys should be able to hear it now. So if we jump back to the tablet real quick and okay, so you can see this is Denver, which is tuned, station DV, which is Denver, as if we look at the chart here, and you can hear the beep beep, which is indicating N in Morse code. So, as we said earlier on, we're in the top right quadrant right here, so we're in this quadrant right here. So, as you can see, shaded area indicates an A signal, so that is this one right here and this one that we're currently in. So my apologies, it is actually an A that it's indicating currently. So the way I remember this is A is the shaded area and the not shaded area, so N for not shaded, is not shaded. So that's how I remember it generally. So we're currently hearing an A on the Morse code, which is this dot dash. It's weird though. It actually sounds like an N to me because you can hear it. Du, du, du. Oh, it's quite confusing because the time in between every time it pulses, it's all the same timing, I think. So you've got to just kind of wait for it to circle back round. So if we turn down the music a little bit. There we go. So if we listen for it to cycle back round, eventually what it will do is it will play the Morse code for the radio range here. So for the Denver radio range, which is dash dot 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 dash. So if we listen and wait for that. There we go. I swear to God that is an N. That is definitely an N that is playing right there. I wonder if the airport is intersecting with the beam a little bit, actually. So, if we look at the chart here as well, so these numbers here, these are magnetic headings, basically. So these are not really applicable for us in the sim currently because Obviously, due to magnetic variation over the years, these are totally wrong now. Obviously, these charts were made way back in... I'm not sure when they were made, actually, but they were made way back. So these magnetic numbers, we're not going to use those. We're going to use these ones on here. So you can see you've got these headings here, and these are based on true north. So we can use those, and thankfully the DC6 has a nice gyro compass that we can use to just follow those. So outbound, we want to be following 073 true, and let's just verify things a bit here. So 073 true. So if I come back to little nav map and zoom in here, and then we draw a line out from here and we put that on 073. Aha, okay, so this is making a bit more sense now. So 073 is it should be more or less on our flight path. It's there. So the black line there basically, and as you can see, so it's this is just my bad really. I thought the range was a bit further down than the airport, and I was very much underestimating the size of this airport. So as you can see, this black line is indicating the... You can't really see the black line too well, so I'm just going to draw this in here. So the black line there is indicating the beam. So this upper quadrant here is the A, and this is the N. So that's why we're hearing an N, because we're actually parked here on the ground. So as we actually taxi out to our runway, it'll change to an A, if that makes sense. And we'll actually hear it go to a continuous tone as we get somewhere up there. So yeah, that explains it. That was just me having a little bit of a brain fart there. So apologies for that. But there we go. Let me just remove this. If I can remember how to do it. There we go. Okay, so that is how... That's another lesson for you guys. If you're a little bit confused, you can come into the little nav map here and you can hold control on your keyboard and right click, and you can draw these lines out and you can kind of visualize the actual radio range a little bit better. So that might be useful to you guys if you're trying this out. Let me just get rid of this one. I'm not sure what I've done here. There we go. Okay, cool. Right, so I'm going to shut this thing off before you guys go crazy, but that's just a little example of sort of how it works. Hopefully that made sense to you guys. I realize I'm probably not explaining this particularly well in a live setting, but hopefully it made sense to you guys. Hopefully it made sense. Let me know if you have any questions, and if that didn't make sense, because I'm keen to know whether I articulated that well to you guys or not. Right, so let's carry on. Let's just have a quick look at the chat here before we go any further. Land O'Lakes is at work. Yeah, fair play. No worries at all, dude. No worries at all. Let's see. Oh, you and Blue had the same loading screen yesterday, Cody. That's interesting. Interesting. Like I said, I've never seen that one before. Maybe they changed something on the back end, because the sim hasn't updated at all for me. You can see there that there's no updates being done. And even if I go, let me just check the Microsoft Store real quick as well. Yeah, last update it did was on the 6th of January. So nothing since then. But yeah, very strange, really. Very strange. Must have been a back-end change, I guess, that's maybe caused a few hiccups. Very strange. Anyway, let's crack on. Acer, glad to hear it, dude. Glad you're feeling a bit better. Yeah, COVID it's not fun, is it? And now I've set all these updates off and they're all going now. Dear oh dear. Cody says it's the best. I have that one. Forgive me. I may have forgotten what we were talking about. What were you referring to there, Cody? Sorry, I can't remember that one. Let's see. Oh, you streamed with Blue Games yesterday. Yeah, great stuff. Nice, dude. Blue's a very chill guy. Yeah, do enjoy his streams. And you're flying with Captain Canada now. Nice. I feel a little bit rejected here now. You're flying with all these streamers. Just kidding. Sounds like a Russian nuclear alarm. It does a bit, doesn't it? It does a bit. Right, okay guys, so let's carry on getting started up here. So I've actually cancelled off the dev mode and the Nano VG hack that you use for the DC6. So unfortunately we're probably going to have to make do with a bit of a less smooth frame rate than what we could otherwise achieve. But I think obviously it's got some stability issues at the moment. So we're just going to have to leave that. But nevertheless, here we are in the DC6 with the cargo variant. As you can see, we're in this beautiful United Cargo livery. Very, very cool. I do enjoy these super, super retro colours here. Very, very cool indeed. We've got all the cargo hatches open. Let's go ahead and get this thing filled up. So, looking at our flight plan for today, we are going to require quite a bit of fuel. 14,357 pounds. So we'll get that set here. So we'll go for 14 and 357. So that's... Oops, what have I done? Hello? 14.3 and then 2 clicks. 14.356, that should do us. Lower cargo hold is completely full, and we want to just get a little bit more cargo in the main hold. So we want a 21.4 thousand in total. So we need 16,000 in here, don't we? 16.2 thousand in this one, and that should give us 88,357 is the gross weights. So that is matching up with the flight plan more or less. So that should do it. That is fully loaded now then, and all good to go. I'll just check my other options, make sure nothing else has changed. I've got these floodlights on, so that's fine. All the engines are serviced and looking good, and we've got all the realistic options on, as well as the no GPS. We don't do GPSs, do we, here on this channel? At least in the DC6. All right, cool. So let's get this thing all set up then. I'm going to need to refer back to my checklist because it has been a little while. All right, so I've already got the ground power actually on at the moment here. As you can see, we've got a few lights and whatnot on. I did turn the wheel well light on, but I don't know if that actually works in this aircraft, does it? Because I don't see any wheel well light. You can see wheel well lights is on, indicated by this lamp here. And the wing illumination lights don't appear to be working either, but maybe it's just the engines aren't running, I guess. But we do have... Oh, maybe I need to turn the master gens on first. No, definitely not. Right, okay, let's start again then. So, overheads, we want to check the circuit breakers, so they're all on. And if we come behind as well, all of these circuit breakers are okay. Looks like they're all up, except for these four, which are always down. And then we've got these ones right here as well, so they're all good to go as well. What we'll also do is... Water injection is currently off. I'm just going to check everything here because I haven't done this for a while. We're going to be using the prop deicer on departure, so we'll put this over to 1 just so we can see some kind of current there once we do turn it on. We'll also come down here. Let's just check everything else here. So most of this stuff we don't really need to touch until we're fully started up here. Emergency lights are armed. We're not going to touch the booster pumps, anything to do with the engine start just yet. Seatbelts are on, no smoking signs, and emergency lights are on. We're on ground power at the moment. Okay, great stuff. Let's jump over to the one of the eyebrow panels here on the left-hand side. So we've got the vinyl warming on, 0 to -40. The temperature in Denver currently, I think, is about -10. So vinyl warming is on. We've got some lights on. I'm not going to run all these tests because they're extremely loud. So I'm not going to run them all. Everything is looking good there. We'll get the cabin heater master on. Windshield heat is already set. Let's move on. Prop de-ice we can come on when the engines actually power up. Pitot heat can stay off for now. We are going to be doing a wet takeoff, so we do need to make sure we check our water levels here, which are looking fine. They're full. All the other fuels, all the other liquids and fuel is all looking good. Cowl flaps, we'll go ahead and open those fully. Great stuff. We'll come over here. We'll set our pressurization panel up. So it's, I swear this one was here in the other aircraft, but maybe I'm just seeing things. Anyway, we want to set our cruising flight level or cruising altitude. I think you can speed this up with shift. You can. There we go. Perfect. So we're going to be going to 13,000 here. So that's 11, 12, 13. And our takeoff altitude, it's actually pretty high here at Denver. I believe it's about 5,000 feet, if I remember correctly. Let me just check this here. 5,334 feet. So we'll go ahead and wind this one round to 5,000, about 300 there. So that's that. Okay. These can stay to in their current position. Cooling turbine doesn't need to be on just yet. Okay, that's that set. We'll come over here. We're going to turn up the temperature a bit in the cabin so that starts heating up. Great stuff. You can see the temperature actually rising there a little bit, which is nice. These can stay in this position, so that is all okay. And finally, coming down to our main instruments here. We can test all our water pressure lights. They're all working fine. We're going to need those for takeoff. Altimeter is set. However, let's just double check that against the METAR, which I can't actually bring up because live players, that's why. So let's just get it through an external source. So altimeter is 3036. And if I just do a quick conversion, make sure that's all correct. Do-do-do-do. One 1028 is set. Okay, that's great. Perfect. Okay, and our nav instruments we're not going to use at all. So no issues at all there. And I think it might be good to adjust that just like that while we're at wings level. Because this doesn't have a nose down, does it? So there's no need to have that below. So we'll do that. That's fine. Right, then to the engine instruments. These are not actually on yet, so we can't really do anything there. But we can check the temperature is about -8. And over on this side, all looking fine. Landing gears, 3 greens, all down. So that's fine. These all need to be in the on position, which they already are. We can check the hydraulic pressure there once we get started up a little bit. What is this little one? I don't think I've ever noticed this one before. Okay, it doesn't work. One of the only switches that don't work in here. Alright. Cool. So we'll select the main fuel tanks for all engines. Or we'll just select all 4 fuel tanks, should I say. Crossfeed is going to be off. I don't believe we have any fuel in the alternate tanks. We do not, so that is fine. And then coming down a bit further, everything else is set. We can go ahead and release the gust lock. And we are sounding, we're looking fine. The rain sounds in here are quite good, aren't they? I don't know if they're default or not. I don't think I've ever heard them in this aircraft before. Even though I suppose it's not raining really, is it? It's snow. Alright, so we're fully loaded up here. As you can see, we've now got a bit of cargo in the aircraft, which is quite cool. Let's have a look around this side. Is there anything on this side? Nothing really shows on that side, does it? Oh, it does. It does. Let's just have a sneaky peek here, guys. Oh, it does. It's suitcases. Very good. And if we come down here, there's some more in there as well. Very good. Very good. And if we come round, plenty of cargo in here. Fully loaded. Or nearly fully loaded anyway. There's a bit of space down here. Doesn't look very tied down, does it? Wooden pigeon. Handle with care. Alright. As you can see, we're here on the cargo apron at Denver. United Airlines does have an operation out of here for cargo. And they also have an operation for cargo in Chicago as well. So quite cool. As you can see, the weather currently is not that great. Pretty snowy. You can't really see anything at all. We can't even see the rest of the airport. There's a massive car park over here, which you cannot see at all. The fog's even thicker over here. You just can't see anything. And then the main sort of terminal building should be here. Here it is. So we are at Denver, I promise. It's just very, very snowy right now. Oh, and what I was also going to try as well is I was going to put FSLTL on. So we'll put that on. FSLTL, it is in a beta. But we're going to put it on so you guys can see it in action. Not that we'll be able to see too much here, but we might be able to see a bit more once we sort of get moving a bit. Let's see, is anything going to spawn in? Give it a second. There we go. Got a United, Boeing, Frontier, Airbus. Fantastic, there we go. They're all coming in. They've even got ground services and Jetways working with them as well. Brilliant. Oh, look at that. There's snow inside the building. Dear, oh dear. All right, cool. So, that's that. Let's get the aircraft closed up then. Oh. Is that lightning? No, it's not. It's just other aircraft. Oh, look at that. We've got some other cargo aircraft over here. Got FedEx. Another FedEx down there. But it looks like I can't even see these aircraft in the background. All right. Let's get the cargo holds and everything closed then. Hello? Oh, okay. Yeah, these buttons don't untoggle until the doors are actually closed, don't they? Okay, so let's get the pitot covers, engine oil pans, mechanic stands. We'll get the wheel chocks removed as well. Parking brake is set, and we'll leave everything else connected for now. We'll go ahead and close the rest. Stairs are coming up. Are the cargo hold doors going to close today? Hello? Front cabin exit can close. And cargo doors? Oh. So they started closing, and now they're opening again. There we go. Very slow at closing, aren't they? Very slow. We've definitely got a bit of ice on the front here. Can you see that inside, actually? I don't think you can you? Oh, you can. Yep, bit down there. I don't think I've ever seen ice on this aircraft before. There we go. Oh, even the little handle closing there. Fantastic. All right, and we'll leave the radios off at engine starts. And I think we're about good to do our before start checklist. So circuit breakers are checked and set. Battery and ground power is on. Generators. Oh, we didn't turn the generators on, so we were missing something. There we go. We'll turn those on. So generators are on. Signs are on. Lights are on. Set. Cabin heater master is on. Windshield heat is set. Hydraulic systems should be down and forwards. So down and forwards. Fuel tank selectors are main. Cowl flaps are open. Fuel and fluids are checked. Pressurization is set. Manifold and duct pressure is checked. Radios are checked and off. Doors and hatches closed. You can check and make sure the lights are all out, which they are up here. No, they're not. I actually forget where the... I always forget where the where the door lights are. Here they are. So the lights are out. Fantastic. All looking good there. Seatbelts and pedals are adjusted. Throttles are set to... We'll just crack them a little bit. There we go. And then props are forwards and... Forwards and 3. Great stuff. So before start, checklist complete, and we'll go for an engine start now. Let me just check the chat before we go any further. Realise I'm waffling on quite a lot here, so apologies. All right, ta-ta for now. Welcome to the chat. Wolf Gaming. I was only joking about that rejected thing, dude. I was only joking. SF Plays likes the 777-9X. Great stuff, yeah. It's a beautiful aircraft. Leo says he's never learned this beam navigation before. It sounds awesome. Yeah, it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. It's very cool. I'm just waiting for the day that some aircraft developer is actually going to natively add it to the sim, so we don't have to use an external app, but we'll see what happens. Patrick, welcome to the chat. Good evening. I hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. Does a DC-6 have a VOR? Yes, it can tune VORs. Yep, it can tune your normal conventional nav aids. Yeah, you can even use a GPS as well if you really want to. Paul says, this plane is so cool, so detailed, need to get this plane. Yeah, it is worth getting. It is so good. It's very, very in-depth and quite difficult to fly, actually. Actually, no, I won't say it's difficult to fly. It's quite nice to fly, actually, but difficult to manage is probably the better term, to be honest. I just passed your plane, James. Great stuff, great stuff. I didn't see any name tags, you see, so apologies. Yeah, I don't actually see any name tags at all. Let me just check that multiplayer is actually on. It is. Is that? No. Okay. Frederick, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. This plane is really cool. It certainly is, dude. It certainly is. Welcome anyway. I hope you're doing well. Patrick's working. Oh, no, dude. All right, guys. let's do it. Let's go for engine start. So we'll get it set up as we normally do. So we're going to go for... Oh, I can't remember the order now. And we'll also put the engine instrument inverters on as well. Don't want to forget those. I think it's 3... Is it 3412? Oops, I didn't actually press anything there. 3412? Let me just check in the manual real quick, because we like to get things right here, don't we? 3421. So, close enough. Alright, let's do it then, guys. Let's go for engine start. So, we'll start with engine number 3. So, we'll put the engine selector to 3. We'll put the booster pump on for number 3. We'll come down to the engine panel and just check that we do have indeed fuel pressure for engine 3, which we do, as you can see right here. Did not need to do that. So we've got fuel pressure and we're going to be starting on the right hand side. So let's go ahead and open this window and we can then peer out the window and have a listen. Like so. Wow, listen to that wind. Oh no, that's another plane, isn't it, again? Alright, so let's go for a start on engine number 3. So let's start the... Start the starter.
3, 6.
Okay, and at 9 we're going to get the magnetos on. Boost and prime. Oh dear. That didn't work, did it? Yeah, it might be difficult to start these. It might be difficult to start these engines because it is very, very cold. Alright, so engine 3 has not started, so we'll go ahead and just reset everything. We'll go to engine 4 now, so engine 4 boost pump can come on. We'll come down here and check we've got fuel pressure, which we do. We'll start the engine
3,
rotating.
6, 9,
We'll get the magnetos on.
12.
Boost, prime. And there we go, it's firing. We'll get the mixture to auto rich. And there she blows. Let's get the volume up a bit here. It seems very quiet, doesn't it? Is that just me? Alright, and let's just have a quick check here. Let's have a look at the RPMs and make sure everything's looking good. So engine cylinder head temperature is nice and cold. Alright, great stuff. RPM is coming up a little bit. I am just going to adjust the throttle though to bring that a little bit further up to about 1000 RPM to allow it to warm up properly. Hey, we've got Jauntine Dragon over there. I keep hearing why are these these aircraft sound like they're about to like land right next to me? Jeez Louise. I'm not sure why the aircraft volume is so quiet. It seems very quiet. Don't know what you guys think. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to turn it up a bit so you guys can hear it. Let me know what the volume's like. Alright, great stuff. So we've got engine 4 started, that's good. All good there. So we can actually go ahead and turn the boost pump off now for number 4. And then we'll put the engine selector to number 2. We're going to go for that next. Boost pump for number 2 is on. Fuel pressure. Let's go ahead and, well, let's actually open this window first. Whoop. And we can then peer out, so that's good. Let's start it spinning.
3, 6, 5, 5,
9 on the magnetos, 12 boost, prime, and... Oh, that's the wrong mixture lever. There we go. There we go. So when it catches, you want to bring the mixture up to auto rich. And I almost messed that one up there. All right, there we go. So we've got 2 good engine starts. Very good, very good. See the RPMs on engine number 4 a little bit high now, so I'm just going to bring the throttles down a bit on that one, and then on number 2 I'm just going to bring the throttles up a bit. Great stuff. Cylinder head temperature is looking good now on engine number 4. Oil temperature is rising. Everything else is looking good. Okay, it's actually warming up here in Denver a little bit. We're now at -4 degrees. Okay, great stuff. So let's now go for a start on engine number 1. We'll turn the boost pump off for number 2. We'll go to engine number 1. We'll turn the number 1 boost pump on. Come back down here. And we have fuel pressure in number 1. So we'll come back up and we'll start the starter.
3, 6,
Spinning.
5,
9 magnetos. 12 boost prime, and there we go, it's catching, so mixture to auto rich, and there we go. There we go. So satisfying starting this aircraft up. Okay, so that's both the engines on the right side started. I'm going to go ahead and just close this window. There we go. We can go ahead and switch to plain battery now. We do not need the ground power anymore. And we'll go ahead and disconnect that as well. So we'll finally come back to this problematic engine on number 3. We'll get the boost pump off there, engine selected to 3. Boost pump is on. Fuel pressure is looking good. Fuel pressure on engine 1 is a little bit low actually. Suppose we've just started it. Maybe it'll come up a little bit. Alright, so engine number 4 I'm going to bring back a little bit more. Engine number 2 I'm going to bring up. And engine number 1 I'm going to bring up a little bit as well. Just so we're idling around 1,000. Alright, so let's start on number 3. So we'll start the starter again.
3,
Rotates a lot slower on plain battery.
5,
9 count magneto.
12,
Boost and then prime. There we go. Auto rich. Beautiful. Beautiful. There we have it. 4 good engine starts. Let's just check. Everything looks good down here. Yeah, all T's and P's are looking very good indeed. Oil pressure a little bit on the low side on this number 4 engine. So we'll keep an eye on that. Everything else is looking good. Oh baby, I did not mean to press that. Okay. Okay. Right, let's get the boost pump off for number 3. What have I just done? Wait, what? That was strange. Anyway, we'll go ahead and close this window now. And I'm just going to bring the volume down a little bit here, just so it's not too loud for you guys. Okay, so that's 4 good engine starts. Put the engine selector back to off now. We can turn the wheel well lights off. Beacon light should have already been on obviously, but never mind. Right. Okay, so let's do our after start checklist then. So after start checklist. New booster pumps are off. Battery is plain battery. Generators and inverters are checked and on. They're all on, and generators are on. Emergency lights are armed. Checked that one earlier on, and then ground power is removed. Great stuff. Okay, so we've got a pretty long taxi out here to the runway. Let's go ahead and extend the landing lights, just so we've got a bit more lighting for the ground here. Very low visibility, and I'm just going to keep the radios off because we're not using them today. So landing lights are down now. They should be hanging out, as you can see, just here. These little guys, and we'll turn them on. There we go. And fun little thing with this aircraft, actually, you'll probably notice is as you change the engine power. I'm not going to do it now because the engines are still warming up. As you change the engine power, the actual voltage coming through these lights actually changes. So you'll notice they like sort of flicker and get a bit dimmer as you apply engine power and stuff like that. It's very, very cool. Right. Okay. I'm going to turn the tablet off as well. There we go. That's off. Okay, so earlier on, I already worked out all of our takeoff powers using the manual, so I'm not going to go through that all with you, but just to give you a brief rundown, we're going to do a wet takeoff at 58.7 inches of manifold pressure at 2,800 RPM, and then once we're taken off, after about 500 feet, we'll reduce to METO power, maximum exact takeoff power. That's going to be 47 inches and 2,600 on the RPM, and then climb power will be 40, and then 2,400 RPM. Alright, okay, so just before we go any further, I'm just going to grab or just check the METAR again and just see where this wind is coming from. Winds are still 010 at 9 knots. So technically speaking, if I bring up the charts here, so this is the one chart that we can use, just for reference here, is the airport chart. So we're currently way down here on the cargo apron, or the cargo ramp, and I did plan for runway 08 because that would be easiest to intercept the first beam, but I'm kind of thinking that might not be the best idea just because of the fact that I'm going to have to deal with the changing of the power settings. Maybe it will work, maybe it won't. Also, this runway is it's actually the same length as all of them, really. This one is the longest, but all the rest are the same length. So, I think we go for it. I think we go for runway 8. I don't think it's going to be too difficult for me to intercept the beam, because at the end of the day, I'm just listening. I'm not really actually looking at anything, so it might not be that difficult, actually. So, we'll just go for runway 8, and that gives us a nice little taxi through the airfield here. So, we're going to push back face to the east. We're going to taxi Sierra Charlie, take a left turn onto Mike, and then we're going to follow Mike all the way up to runway 08. Slight downhill slope on this runway as well, and there's a windsock there we can check just as we get there. So let's do that. That's going to be our taxi, fairly straightforward, and then we'll run the before takeoff checklist as we are taxiing out here. Alright, great stuff. Let's go ahead and just get the prop de-icer on as well as the airfoil heater, because it is very, very icy and cold here at the moment. We've got freezing fog and all sorts of craziness going on in the METAR at the moment. In fact, let's just read the METAR real quick and just have a look. Okay, so it looks like freezing fog has actually gone off the METAR now. So we've got... So we've got winds 360 at 13 knots, so the winds has more or less just changed. So the winds actually increased a decent bit. Very small amount of visibility, 0.25 statute miles. Runway visual range is between 3,000 and 4,500 feet, so this is very, very, very marginal weather here. It's snowing, we've got freezing fog, a few clouds at 500 feet as you can see, overcast at 900 feet, but no clouds above that. So once we get over 1,000 foot above aerodrome level, we should actually punch out the clouds, hopefully. Temperatures -3, QNH 3037. Okay. I think we're about ready to make a move, guys. So let's call in the pushback guy. Don't think this is going to work, is it? There's no tug here. Oh well, we'll just have to do a ghost pushback. DC6 looks more fun. Yeah, it certainly is. Achil, what is going on in the chat today? Why are there so many crazy spammers going on? Absolutely, just chill out, guys. What the fuck? Jeez Louise. We'll turn the landing lights off for now, so we're not blinding the ghost tug man. Let's have a look at our T's and P's. All right, so the engines are coming up on temperature now, so I'm going to go ahead and just reduce the power a bit. So we're idling about 1,000. All right, great stuff. It's got a low oil pressure light there. That's normal at this power setting. And we'll get a bit of a turn to the left. Alright, that should do it. Let's set the parking brake and disconnect the tug. The ghost tug. Salah, welcome to the chat, dude. I'm alive. Great observation there. Let's see. There's been a lot of spam. Facebook has tagged people, say the spam. Yeah, the thing is, Patrick, it doesn't seem to be Facebook where the spam is occurring. It's in the YouTube chat where people are just coming in and spamming today for some reason. Not sure why. But nevertheless, I mean, feel free to spam if you want. You'll just get timed out. And all you're doing by spamming is you're actually increasing the engagement on my channel. And therefore, you know, you're actually helping me by spamming. And at the end of the day, you're gonna help me and you're going to get banned. So, you know, thanks very much. But yeah, Patrick, seems to be alright on Facebook, actually. Seems to be alright. Alright, cool. So, we are all set. We are all set. Let me just have a quick look at the old before takeoff checklist. Make sure I've see if there's anything I can do before we go. We can set the flaps. Let's do that. Set the flaps to 20. Actually just going to remove my detent from my throttle quadrant as well real quick, just because I need that out for this aircraft. National Crackpot Day, seems that way, but thanks very much, Asa. You're doing a great job at getting rid of them. Right, there we go. Detent is removed. Okay. Okay, that should be flaps 20. There we go. Flaps 20 is set. All right, and everything else we can sort of do as we get on our way. We'll get the cooling turbine on for ground ops. My iPad is on the way. Thank you very much, James. Look forward to seeing it. Right, so let's turn the landing lights on now anyway, just for more visibility on the ground here. And let's do one, guys. Parking brake released. And we should just be able to roll forward on idle on this power setting right here, hopefully. Maybe not in the snow. Let's add a bit more power. Let me know what the sound's like for you guys, by the way, as well, because the sound is insanely good in this aircraft. Alright, we are rolling. So, as I said earlier on, we're going to follow up here on Sierra Charlie. And we're just going to take a left turn onto, was it Mike, I think? Didn't actually remember because it was such a simple taxi. Yeah, it was Mike. There we go, picking up a bit of speeds. I'm going to just get the camera a little bit further forwards here. It's a bit difficult to see out the window like that. Alright, so we've got left to Lima, and then second left is Mike, so we'll take that one. Alright, let's just verify. Sierra Charlie, we're currently on. And then, oh, we've got an Embraer just taxiing in here. So it's left on Mike here. I'm just going to hold this position. Oh, is he going to wait for me? What's he going to do? Okay. Oh, the brakes are terrible on this. I forgot how bad the brakes are. Oh, it's so close. Squeaky brakes. Okay, we just about did it there. That's one of the aircraft from FSLTL. I'm not sure why they're taxiing down here because this is just the cargo terminal down here. I don't think there's actually any passenger service from this area of the airport. I think I'm invisible. I can see you, but you can't see me. Ah, oh, no way, dude. No way. Hopefully it sorts itself out as we get underway. Beautiful. Alright, guys. How long did that take us to get the engine started and start moving? An hour and 38 minutes. Fantastic. Dear oh dear. Alright, let's do some of the before takeoff items anyway. So boost pumps can go to low. Just check the fuel pressure as well after doing that. Looking good. Fuel and crossfeed wants to be in main and off, so that is already set. Main and the crossfeed here is off. Main tank's on here. Autopilot and carb heat. So autopilot is off, and the carb heat is. Oh, I thought there was a lower down camera. The carb heat is off as well. We'll definitely need to be putting that in very quickly after takeoff. Hydraulics. We'll check the pressure. Pressure's looking good. Great stuff. Flaps are set to 20. Cowl flaps we set to 4 degrees once we reach the runway. Windows are closed. Turbine is in normal. Gust lock is released and controls are free. Pitot heat. We'll go ahead and turn that on once we do the cowl flaps. Auto feather will do that when you do the cowl flaps. Landing lights are already on, and ADI will need to turn that on as well. So we'll do that just as we approach the runway. Cody, no, we're not on VATSIM today. No, we're doing radio range navigation. So I don't know how that would go down on VATSIM, to be quite honest with you. All right. Speaking of which, if we actually turn on the radio range now, you might actually be able to hear us just pass through the beam. I'm just going to turn it down for a minute. Turn it back up once we get a bit closer to the beam. We might have already passed through it, to be fair. Oh no, it does still sound like an N, doesn't it? So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Dc6 has a autopilot. It sort of does, yes. Oh my god, we've got a standoff. We've got a standoff. Look at this 737 here. We're just going to close our eyes here, guys, because that's an AI, and they're not going to, like, yeah, they're not coordinating with me. Oop. Oh no! Dear. Again, I'm not sure why it's taxiing down here. Oh, but as you should be able to hear it now, guys. If I turn this back up, you can hear the two Morse code letters are actually starting to come together to make one continuous tone there. You can still mainly hear the N, but you can hear the A coming in. I'll turn it back up once we get onto the beam. Cody's about to taxi you in a 787F. Interesting. Very good. Very good. I didn't know there was a freighter version of the 787. It's a ghost airplane. Yeah, it was. Yeah, we'll just pretend it's a ghost. Look at the visibility here in Denver. It's ridiculous. You can't see anything. Like, there's a huge terminal over here, but you just can't see anything at all. There you go. Nearly on the beam. Nearly on the beam. Alright. I'm not actually sure where we are in relation to the runway just yet, but I'm just looking out for the signs. We're just going to continue on mic all the way up. Now, we could do a run-up as well, but I'm not going to do a run-up today because I'm well aware that obviously we had issues with crashing and it's just taken quite a while to get to this point. So I'm going to skip the run-up today. Okay, we're at Alpha 5. What we got on this side? Alpha 4, Mike. I don't actually see those on the charts. Oh well. Mike 7 we just went past anyway. Mike 7 is just here, so I know where we are. We actually haven't passed the terminal yet, so what we were looking at before was, I think, probably the car park. So the terminal is actually somewhere over here. You can actually see an aircraft just there, and then another one there. Such a big airport is Denver. It's absolutely wild. There we go, guys. We're on the beam. We're just crossing through it now. So as we continue going on up here, you'll start to hear the signal will change from a solid tone. It'll actually change to an A, so it'll be beep, 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 beep. That's the identifier for the radio range. And there you go. You guys probably can't hear it on stream, but you can just hear the A start to come in now. I'll turn it up again when it's a bit more, a bit easier to hear. How's the volume for you guys for the radio range, by the way? Oh, crap, I just idled the throttle, so I did not mean to do that. There you go. So it's almost a continuous tone, but you can actually hear the A coming through now. So if you listen. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. So we're in the A quadrant now. So basically once we take off, I'm just going to continue on runway heading. I'm going to continue on runway heading until we get on the beam, basically. So once we've taken off, guys, like I say, I probably won't say anything for a little bit while I'm setting the power and things like that, because I'm going to have a lot to do here on takeoff. We're not using the automated flight engineer. We're using, well, I am the flight engineer and the pilot and the navigator today, so I've got my hands full. So what I'll do is after takeoff, I will turn this up. So you guys are going to be able to hear that, unfortunately. But it is quite annoying, but you will be able to hear me flying onto the beam. And I obviously need to hear it as well. Alright, we're on our way. We're on our way. It's so... it's so low visibility here. It's actually crazy. I wonder if they've made some more changes to the live weather, because this does look pretty damn good, I will say. Also, guys, I'm going to show you when we're in flight, but I think I've figured out a way where you can actually do a flyby camera in this sim. I think I might have worked it out. Might have worked it out. It might not work, but we'll see. Esfandia, welcome to the chat. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, buddy. Yaya, welcome to the chat as well, dude. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Finally someone flying in the DC-6. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, it's been a while since we flown it on the stream, actually, but it should be pretty interesting. Oh, this instrument's out now, actually, so we'll do a bit of that. There we go. Replay. Ah, yes, Acer. I will actually do the replay for the takeoff, because I do... The takeoffs in the DC-6, they do look very cool. So I'm going to record the takeoff. Very good. Yeah, thank you for that, Acer. I'll try and remember anyway. You guys know what I'm like. Excuse me. I think what I might do as well is the up overhead is looking a bit... I don't know. I'm going to wait until we're in the sky a bit for the lighting, I think. I think we're looking okay for lighting right now. Maybe a little bit more on the... flight instruments. We'll get the red lights on. And where's the other one? There we go. Fantastic. And I think there is one for the overhead as well right there. Let's do a bit of that. And the other one? Not that one. De-icing is working fine. Great stuff. Right, where's the other switch for this light right here? This light I'm looking for. Going to warm up the cockpit a little bit. There we go. We'll get the floodlight off. Plane is a full hand to fly alone. Oh, it certainly is. It certainly is, but it's a lot of fun. Where is this switch? There we go. Got it. Fantastic. What's our cylinder head temperatures looking like? The cowl flaps are currently fully open. So yeah, cylinder head temperature's looking fine. Been asking other simmers to fly it, but they don't want to. Yeah, it's quite a tough. Well, I don't know actually. If you use the flight engineer, then I suppose it's actually quite straightforward to fly on stream. I was going to say it's quite a complex aircraft to fly on stream, but I suppose if you use a flight engineer, it's actually not too bad. But we're not doing that today, so it's going to be interesting. I always say that, but it always tends to work out. Okay, here we go. Here's the holding point for runway 8. We'll go ahead and line up. We'll assume we've got our clearance, and we'll go ahead and line up. So just coming onto the brakes here. It's very difficult to see the center line, so I'm just guessing at this point. Oh, there we go. There's some lighting for us. Oh, look at that lineup. Love to see it. Squeaky brakes. Squeaky brakes. There we go. Coming to a nice smooth stop. Careful not to damage any of our cargo. Parking brakes set. Okay, so let's finish our before takeoff items. So we'll get the water injection pumps on. Yes, we're doing a wet takeoff today. We'll go ahead and turn the automatic feathering on. So all the green lights are enabled or lit up, indicating auto feather is on. We'll turn the pitot heat on as well. And there was one more item, I think. Cowl flaps, of course. So cowl flaps we're going to set to 4 degrees. And we'll just have a quick glance down here at our T's and P's. We've got water pressure, so that is good. That's what we want to see. All right, fantastic. Oil pressure is a little bit on the low side, but that should come up once we apply a bit of power. In fact, let's do that now. So we'll come up to 30 inches. Okay, 30 inches set, stable. T's and P's now looking good. That oil pressure has come up nicely. Fuel pressure is quite on the high side, but I think that is just generally how it is. Cylinder head temperatures are looking a little bit toasty. So I may just open these by one click, just so they're not getting too hot on the takeoff. And then we're going to go for takeoff power. So once we increase the thrust here, we should see these green lights come on as well. So we want 58.7 for takeoff power, so very, very high takeoff power setting for this weight. And we're looking for 2600 on the RPM. There we go, there's the water injection. I'm actually going to bring the prop governor back a little bit. And there we go, so that's 26 on the RPM. Oh my god, the cylinder head temperature is so high. Let's open these up a bit. Okay, takeoff power is set. Let's do it. I'm hearing a sound that I've never heard before. Hopefully that's not a bad thing. Let's get the radio on. Okay, 80 knots. And that's about 100 knots. Just going to give it a little bit of back pressure now. And we're up. Just about. There we go. Oh my god, the wind. Alright, let's get the gear up. Okay, speed's coming up nicely. 140. Let's pitch up a little bit more. And as you can hear, we're more or less coming onto that beam more or less straight away. So I'm going to hold for about 140 knots initially for the first 500 feet. Okay, there we go, there's 500 feet. Let's start bringing the flaps up. I'm going to give myself a little bit of a left bank. And we're going to bring the power back to METO power, so 47 inches. There we go. And we're coming up to 160 knots now. Oh god, I'm not paying attention here. We're actually descending. That's not good. Okay, so METO power 26 on the RPMs is fine. There we go. Okay, there we go. I need to get way more trim in here. Okay, there we go. Great stuff. And then we'll go to climb power, so 2400 on the RPMs. And we'll bring it back to 40 inches. Oh, so sensitive. There we go. Right. A little bit of trim down. Let's get that speed up to 160. And I'm going to go ahead and stick the gyropilot in just to relieve myself from some of this workload. Gyropilot is in. And we'll get the clutch in as well. There we go. Okay, so we're hearing an A currently, which means that we are in the we're still in the northeast sector. So I'm gonna give it a bit of a right turn here, because I've gone a little bit off course there where I was trying to do everything. Still in the clouds. Let's get the landing lights off as well and retracted. And I want to come down round to about 090. There we go. 090. Established in the climb. We're looking good. Alright, so after takeoff checklist. Oh, I've still got flaps 10 out. God damn it, I thought I put that up. Right, so we should get a bit more speed now so we can increase the climb. Right, so after takeoff. Alright, so we'll come up overhead. Water injection off. Boost pumps off. Auto feather off. We'll go ahead and turn the seatbelt signs and no smoking signs off. Cooling turbine to off as well. Great stuff. After takeoff checklist complete, let's just check the temperatures here. So cylinder head temperature is actually looking good now. I was a little bit worried that they were going to like explode on takeoff then, because the temperature was so high on takeoff. Let's just close them up a little bit so they're a bit warmer. And we'll look at our temps as well. So carb temps is looking fine, below the icing range, so no need to use carb heat. But we'll leave the rest of our anti-ice on. Alright, so just looking for the intercept on this beam, really. I can just about hear the end coming in now, but we're actually a little bit further away from the beacon now, so it's a little bit more difficult to hear it. But we're going to climb out to flight level 130 for this flight. Alright, so if you guys can hear it might be a bit weak for you guys. You might not be able to hear the radio range that well, but we're basically up here somewhere. We're up here somewhere and we're flying in. I'm trying to fly in towards this beam to intercept. Alright, we can increase that climb rate a bit. That departure was it was a little bit shaky, wasn't it? But I had so much stuff to pay attention to, and what I actually did by accident is I actually set my RPMs a bit too low for the takeoff. I wanted 2800 RPMs. I think I set 26 by accident, but it still worked out all right. All right, here we go. So we're coming onto the beam now. It's getting very quiet, but we are coming onto it. Are we coming through the clouds? I think we might be. Beautiful. Alright, I think we're just about on the beam there, so I'm going to go ahead and take that left turn. I think it was 079, wasn't it? It was 073. So there we go. We've gone. Yeah, we're just about coming onto it. A little bit more. And I think I've just overshot it a bit there. There we go, coming through the clouds, great stuff. We're about 072 there, aren't we? I think I'll just stay there for now. So you guys, if I actually mute the sim now, you guys should be able to hear it's more or less a continuous tone now. So if I come here and just mute sim, there you go, you can hear that continuous tone. Which shows that we're now flying on the beam. We've done it, guys. We've done it. 165 knots roughly for the climb. And we're looking good. This cloud is... I mean, it's getting thinner, isn't it? But... Oh, look, we're just in a little gap here. But the cloud looks pretty high, the tops. Tops are looking pretty high. Bit worrying. Let's see if we can do the flyby camera. Let's see if this works. Well, it's a bit slow, but it does actually work. I think I need to increase the camera speed. Okay, so we're coming off the beam a little bit. You can kind of hear. Yeah, I'm starting to hear an A, so I'm going to give myself a little bit of a right turn. Maybe we'll go to 075. Maybe a little bit further than that. We'll put wings level there about 076, so we should come back onto the beam there, just nice and gently. Look at that. Beautiful. I believe this weather system is very localized over Denver, though, I think, if I read the charts correctly. Oh, we didn't actually look at the weather charts, did we, earlier on? Never mind. But I believe this weather system is just localized over over the airfields. Yo, Eddie, I do apologize. I missed your stars earlier on. Thank you very much for the 150 stars, dude. Very generous of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know if you're still here, actually, but yeah, apologies that I missed that. I've had my head down a bit here today. Let's see. So I think I've missed a few messages here, haven't I? Because of that rather taxing departure. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. And there we go. You can hear the beam. It's now coming to more of a continuous tone. Oh no, I tell a lie. It's actually becoming more clearer onto an A. Yeah, it's we're still a little bit off. Tell you what I might do though, because the signal for this this station is getting a bit weak now. So let's just let's try and tune the next one, and we'll just see if that one's a bit clearer. So we're gonna go next to Romeo November radio range on 368. So let's get that tuned up. So stop listening 368 and start listening. That's about similar on signal strength, but we might as well stick on this one because we're going to be on it for longer. So run this one, let's plot it. So we're on the Romeo November, and we're currently hearing an A. So we're in this top left section here. So we need to take a right turn to come onto the beam. We're not far off it though. You can hear the other end tone a little bit. So I'm going to go to about, I think, 100. We shouldn't be far off it at all. Alright, I'll turn that down just for a minute. Alright, let's see, what else? I swear I missed some messages, but I can't see them now. How did I get the iPad-style browser thing? He says lively. So that's an overlay for the stream. It's nothing in the sim, it's just on the stream. I just use it so I could kind of brief you guys and stuff like that. When you go to outside cam, your plane just stops. Interesting. I've never heard of that one before. What keybind are you using to change to the outside camera? Oh, we've lost a bit of speed there. Let's just put the nose down a bit. We're actually going to level off fairly soon, so that's fine. Okay, I'm hearing an N actually. I'm hearing an N. I thought I was hearing an A, but I'm actually hearing an N, so we're actually down here. Oh no, we're not. We're up here still. So we'll keep on this heading. Beautiful! There we go, we're getting away from that weather now. I believe we are coming onto the beam. No, we're not. Put the nose down a bit more. We've lost a bit of speed. Oh, I am actually hearing an A, not an N. Oh my god. So we're going in the wrong direction. Let's take a left turn. We want to go probably about 030 or something. This is going to be interesting to look at on little nav map once we've done the flight. Yeah, the thing is with this application, I mean, I'm not sure how accurate it is or not. It seems very accurate, but the timing in between the Morse code it's just so equal between every note that comes out. It's sometimes a little bit difficult to hear what letter you're actually hearing, because you can kind of have that confirmation bias, can't you, whereby you are sort of hearing what you're not hearing, if that makes sense. Stick a bit more power in. I completely forgot to add more power then as we were climbing, so hence the low climb rates and losing the speed there. That's my bad. Turn that down for a minute. Oh, you're using Y for the outside cam. Well, that's because that keybind is actually the slew key. It's not the outside camera. Y will slew your aircraft. So you want to, if you've bound the outside camera to Y, then you'll want to change it to a different key, or change the slew mode to a different key. So if you go into your control options and search for slew, Sierra Lima Echo Whiskey, and you should be able to turn it off or rebind it there. Okay, cool. So we're coming to our level off. Let's reduce that climb rates. Not quite hearing the the N come in just yet. And there we go, just about leveled off there. Just press B on my keyboard to make sure the altitude, the altimeter is correct, and internally it's all working as well. And altitude control on. And it should hold us nicely at 13 there, because we're below the transition altitude. Great stuff. Okay. There we go. We're coming back onto the beam now. I think I can hear it, the letter N coming in. Yeah, I can. Okay, great stuff. We're coming back onto the beam. Let's get cruise power set. So we're going to bring our RPMs down to 2,000. And we'll bring the manifold pressure to 32.2 as close as we can. That should do it. Checking all the temperatures and pressures, all looking good. Cylinder head temperature is maybe a bit on the low side, so we'll just close the cowl flaps a little bit further. And we appear to be coming onto the beam. Yes, we are. So I'm going to start turning onto it. So 078. We'll just do a gentle bank. There we go, we're right on it now. Hopefully you guys can hear the radio range a bit better now, because this one we're getting closer to it, so it's a bit easier to actually hear it. And there will be a cone of silence as well, so once we do get close to it, it will actually just cut out and you won't be able to hear it at all. There we go. That's more like 080, but we'll fly that for a short while here. Great stuff. Alright, we're on the beam again. After my poor deciphering of the Morse code, we are back on track. Beautiful stuff. Absolutely fantastic. SimToolkitPro, welcome to the chat. I'm not seeing any messages there. They're just blank. Oh, are you another one of the spammers? Is that what it is? Are you going to get... Like, are you about to get a timeout? Yes, you are. Goodbye, SimToolkitPro. Enjoy your silence. Okay, we've actually come off the beam a little bit there. Now I'm second guessing what letter I'm hearing now, because I got it wrong before. So that sounds like we've flown through the beam, and now we are on the other side. So I'm going to just guess here and make a right turn. It sounds like we're hearing an N, which is in the northeast quadrant. Oh, and as you can hear, it's starting to get very loud now. So we're actually getting very close to the station. And what we'll probably hear is the sound will just suddenly drop out in a second. Oh, fuck. I forgot to record the replay, Acer. My bad. God damn it. Acer, no worries at all, dude. No worries at all. Right, beautiful stuff. So we are off the beam again somehow. That we came off it quite far by the sounds. There we go, coming back onto it. You guys should be able to hear this really, really well now, actually. You'll be able to hear what it sounds like coming onto the beam a little bit clearer. There we go. Wow, that happened really quickly then. Okay. This beam seems like it's very, very narrow for some reason. It seems like you fly through it so easy. Just now we're hearing the A again. Well, at least we know we're going in the right way, the right direction. Oh dear, oh dear. I think we're very close to the station though, so it's probably gonna cut out momentarily. Moishi, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Turn it down a bit. I know it kind of sends you a little bit crazy after a while. There we go. We're passing through the cone of silence now. Yeah, there we go. If you guys listen, it's going to suddenly go very, very quiet. Or maybe we're not. Oh, I told you it sends you a bit crazy after a while. Oh, I thought they fixed this where it's lighting you up through the clouds like this. Right, so let's take a left turn, see if we can get back on this beam because it seems to be very, very narrow beam, it seems. It doesn't seem like it has a lot of play in it. There we go. The thing is, you don't want to intercept it at too of a sharp angle because you're going to come off it straight away again. However, the beauty of this this navigation method is that you don't have to look at anything. You could just listen. It's fantastic. It's also possible there is a northerly wind as well. The wind was northerly, so that's probably pushing us off a little bit. Let's give us a bit more of a left turn then. I think that is what's happening, isn't it? We're getting pushed away from the beam. So let's go all the way north and see if we can get back on this. I'm going to go ahead and turn the lights off now. We don't need them anymore, do we? turn that one off. This one, this one. There we go. I can hear it coming back in now. And where's the other one? Is it all the way up here? The light switches in this aircraft are so difficult to find. Right, we're coming back onto the beam now anyway. There we go, right on it. Almost. I'm going to start the right turn anyway. I'm not going to turn all the way through 078 this time, just because I think we are getting blown off. So I'm going to see 060, see if that'll keep us on it. Still banking to the right just a little bit. There we go. I think we might have overdone it a bit there. Give a slight bank to the left. A lot of trial and error in this method. Right, where's that other switch now? There it is. How did I miss that? Jeez Louise. Okay, so I am hearing an A again. That's gone too far again. Dear oh dear. Lucas, welcome to the chat. Lucas asks, since when does the DC6 work again? It never stopped working. Maybe on Xbox it doesn't work, but on PC it works. Alright, we are cruising. Beautiful. Nearly out of these clouds by the looks of things. Did I stop replay? I didn't start it, Asa. I feel like this station is getting quieter. We never passed through the cone of silence, did we? I guess we've already passed over it because it's getting quieter now. Alright, let's try the next station anyway, because it is getting a bit quiet. So we'll go to 203. So we'll bring this back over here. So we're going to stop listing there. We'll go to 203. Oh, that is very weak, isn't it? Alright, we'll go back to 368 then. Okay, I think I'm hearing an N now. Oh, my line on little nav map is going to be so squiggly when we look at this afterwards. What a beautiful aircraft this is. Oh. Right, let's go to about 100 and then we'll see if we can intercept. Because I keep flying through it and then back again. It's a little bit annoying me actually, because I want to just fly on it. I want to know where. I don't want to know that I'm in the right place. I think it's coming back in now. Manacle, welcome to the stream, buddy. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. It's not working for me since an NVIDIA update. Oh, right. Okay. Have you tried updating your drivers? They've released a new one actually just today. So it might be worth just trying to update them. But it's worked fine for me for, well, forever really. I'm using an NVIDIA graphics card as well. Cool Photoshop skills as well. Oh, thank you very much, dude. Yeah, I do enjoy making those. Do enjoy making those. Alright. Beautiful, majestic, and really intensive to fly. It is very intensive to fly, yeah, especially if you don't use the flight engineer like we're doing. Let's see how our cylinder head temperature is looking actually while we mention that. We're all in the green now, perfect, so closing them was a good call. Temperature is -20, so I mean theoretically we could turn the anti-ice off, but we are flying through a lot of clouds here, so I'm a little bit cautious to turn it off right now. Right, I think we're coming back onto the beam. I think we are, yeah. I'm gonna try and intercept a little bit earlier this time. That should do it. That should bring us onto the beam very, very gently. FCAM says around 700 DC-6 were built and 15 still flying. Yeah, very, very good. Very interesting. Yeah, I think Inverters Air Cargo are one of the biggest. Well, I think they've got the most, haven't they? Paul says, another streamer I follow, Razor Pig, loves this plane too. Yeah, I imagine. I mean, it's fantastic plane. It's fantastic. It really is. Yeah, love it. We used to fly it quite a lot on the stream, but I haven't flown it for quite some time, actually. Just because I've been really enjoying the A32NX. They've brought some really good changes to that recently. I think we are just about coming onto the beam. I can't believe we passed over it without noticing, though, to be honest. Usually it goes completely silent if you're in any way close to it, which I thought we were, but I'm very intrigued to see what our flown track is actually on the little nav map. Once we land, we'll have a look at our flown track and see what it looks like. As you should be able to hear, we are coming onto the beam just very slowly. See what other cameras I've got set up here actually. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So the only thing about this aircraft that is a little bit strange, for me at least. Hang on, I'm just listening. No, we're good. Is the textures are a little bit low res in some areas. Like if you look especially around the windshield here. It looks very low. Oh, we've still got a bit of ice. Oh, no. Oh, dear. It doesn't seem to be affecting us, though, thankfully. So it's a good thing I didn't turn that anti-ice off, but there is some areas where the textures just look a little bit FSX, you know what I mean? A little bit X-plane. Oh, we're on the beam. We're on the beam. Get back inside. Oh, we've gone through it again. It's such a narrow beam, this. So we'll go to about 072-ish. 075. Alright, let me listen. I think I'm still hearing an N, so I don't think we're actually fully on it yet. It's sometimes very hard to make out what letter you're hearing when you're on the beam, because when it merges together, it's kind of difficult to hear, like, I don't know, it just all sort of blends together. We're pretty much on the beam, though. We're pretty much on the beam. I'm fairly happy with that. I am going to look to change to the next one, though, now, because that one is getting very quiet. So the next one we're going to tune is the Kilo Bravo on 203, sorry. So 20 and then 3. That's 213, 203. Okay, we can hear that one now. And we're almost on the beam already, so let's plot that out. So I'm pretty sure we're hearing an A, mostly. But this is actually oriented the exact same direction as the last one, so theoretically we shouldn't need to actually change our heading too much. Oh, we're actually coming perfectly onto the beam now. So I guess... I think we want to take a little bit more of a left turn, I think. Just because I feel like we're being blown through the beam. We'll try that. I'm just guessing at the wind correction angle, because to tell you the complete and honest truth, I have no idea how to work out a wind correction angle off the top of my head. I am hearing a little bit of an N, so I know we're a little bit in the... So this is this station we're tuning now. So this is the N section here. This is the A. We're flying... Well, actually, we're on this side, aren't we? Actually, I'm actually being dumb right here. So we're actually flying in this way. So this is the N. This is the A. It's very difficult to make out. We're basically right on the beam. We're right on it. Great stuff. I'm happy with that. I'll turn it down a bit so you guys don't have to listen to that droning on. I wish I could put it on a separate channel. I might just try that one more time. See if I can make that work. It doesn't want to seem to go onto a different channel. What if I did this one? No, it doesn't want to seem to go onto a different channel at all. I wonder if I just close it and then reopen it. Maybe that'll work. So if I can put it on a separate channel, what I can do then is I can put it in a louder volume for what you guys can hear, and it'll just work out better. still on the beam. That's good. I'm just going to close it and just relaunch it. So we want to be on the 203. Hopefully we'll be able to hear the cone of silence this time. Nope, still can't get it on a different channel. It must be because it's some kind of Python jobby. We're actually coming off the beam a bit though. Trying to work out what I'm hearing. Oh no, we're coming back onto it again. Okay, I'm hearing an A now. So if I bring the plot back over for you guys. Boop, boop. I'm pretty sure I'm hearing an A. So A is up here. I'm just going to wait for it to cycle round again. Because when it plays the Morse code identifier for the station, which it will do in a couple of seconds here, you can actually hear where the Morse code starts. So then you can work out what letter you're hearing a bit easier, if that makes sense. Here we go. Okay, I couldn't really get an idea there. I'm pretty sure that's an A, so we need to turn a little bit more east. So we're currently drifting up like this. So I want to turn us so we come back onto the beam like so. Just going to do a gentle turn. Don't need to do anything too crazy. We're still quite close to the beam. You can still hear the end. Oh, that A is quite clear now, isn't it? I can hear the end just about, though. We're coming right off it here, aren't we? Unless I'm just tripping and I'm actually hearing an N, which is entirely possible. I'm pretty sure we need to go further north then, because it's just getting clearer and clearer. So unless we've passed overhead again and it's just we've just not gone through the cone of silence again, but can't see that. Usually gets very loud before you actually go through it. As you can hear, it is getting quite loud now. Excuse me. Still got a little bit of ice on us, but it is coming off, I think. Okay, yeah, that is an N. That is an N. That is definitely an N now. So yeah, we're gonna go a bit more to the north and hopefully re-intercept the beam. We're getting quite close to it now, though. You can hear it. It's getting quite a bit louder now. Chris, good evening, sir. Hope you're doing well, mate. Welcome, welcome. What have you missed? What have you missed? Yeah, pretty eventful flight so far, actually. We departed from Denver with some pretty poor visibility. And now we're navigating across the US using 30s technology. 40s technology, maybe. Oh, it's getting very loud now, isn't it? And there we go. There's the other tone coming in. There's the N coming in. Sorry, the A. There we go. Coming back onto the beam now. Perfect. And we're going to cross over it in just a second here by the sound of things. It's getting very loud. There we go. We're right on it. Should have taken that right turn a little bit earlier there. And there we go. There's the A already. There's the identifier. Oh dear, I've gone right through that, haven't I? Oh, there we go. There's the cone of silence. As you can hear, just the volume just drops off immediately. Very, very quickly. So we're at 065 degrees. So let's see, once we pick the tower back up. Let's see where we are. Ah, peace and quiet, guys. Peace and quiet. Now on your next flight, we need you to do a celestial navigation flight in an open biplane using a sextant. Well, they used to navigate across the Atlantic in this aircraft with a sextant, didn't they? They used to use this little window up here, didn't they? That's what this one's for. But yeah, I have actually looked into that. I have looked into that before, and it is substantially more difficult to learn than what we're doing here, for example. I feel like it is quite a lot to get your head around. So yeah, maybe at some point I would like to do it. It is possible to do that in this sim. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, it's so loud. I'm just going to turn it down a bit for you guys. But yes, maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. Alright, so what am I hearing? What am I hearing? I'm thinking it's going to be in... Okay, let's listen to the identifier. Okay, it's an N. So we need to go a little bit more south. Need to go a little bit more south here, so we're just going to turn into about 0.7, because we do have that northerly wind that keeps blowing us across, so I'm not going to overturn too much. We need to be flying 0.76, so I'm going to turn to about that actually, because the wind should blow us the rest of the way. That's 0.72. I'm just going to leave it there because I can hear it's coming back in. That would drive me nuts. Yeah, I think it would drive most people nuts, to be honest. Alex the Greek, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. We could bring up the chat as well, couldn't we? Jack, good evening, sir. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Can I have an N, please? Of course you can. Of course you can. Well, it looks like we've got free of that weather system now. It looks like we're flying on top of the clouds, which is fantastic. And let me just turn this up because it's getting a bit quiet. I think we're coming onto the beam here, though. And I think I'm hearing the N again now. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's what I was hearing before. So we are being blown onto the beam by the field. So once we do come onto it, we want to actually turn a little bit more to the left, even though we should be flying 076 outbound on this one. But we do have that wind that's blowing us, so I'm actually going to turn a little bit further. There we go, we're coming onto it now. Let's just take a shallow bank to the left. Maybe we'll try 065. There we go, we're nearly on it now. Konstantin, welcome to the chat, dude. Unfortunately, I can't read that Cyrillic there, so if you could write in English, I can answer your question, but I can't read that, unfortunately, dude. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do, because I'm not too busy right now. Let's put it in Google Translate and see what you're saying. Okay, that's not really translated that well, so I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there, dude. If you could translate it yourself, that would be fantastic, because it's not translated very well. Alright, there we go. We're right on the beam now. I'm even going to give us a little bit more of a left turn here, just because I feel like we're still getting blown out the way a bit. I wonder if it might be worth putting in a bit of rudder trim to counteract this wind. He said, "What's that screaming sound?" I'm not surprised. It's alright, Konstantin, no worries at all, dude. But like I say, if you want to write it in English, then I can respond to you, but unfortunately I can't translate that myself. Yeah, so you can see under here the texture's looking a little bit from a distance it looks absolutely stunning, but What's the cargo? Earplugs. Don't we all wish they were earplugs? We're doing well though. We're actually doing really, really well here, I think. Like this is actually quite a bit easier. Quite a bit easier in a plane with an autopilot. Like I've done this before in the Junkers, and that has no autopilot. Well, I suppose it does, but it doesn't really work that well. And yeah, it's quite taxing to do it in the Junkers because you've got to fly it all manually, and it is very, very tricky. All right, I'll turn down the volume for a bit, guys, for you. So we're currently outbound the Kilo Bravo. So we'll go ahead and switch to the Golf India momentarily. Yeah, it is getting very quiet now, isn't it? Alright. Nice craft. Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful aircraft, isn't it? Constantine, yeah. Really, really nice. There's something about an aircraft with just exposed chrome that just looks amazing. Others are chatting from over here on YouTube. I was trying to figure out why I couldn't see those chats on Facebook. Ah, right. Yes, Paul. Yeah. We're tending to get more chatters in on YouTube recently. It used to be the other way around. But I mean, as you probably know, that Facebook seems to be screwing most of the streamers over at the moment by giving them a very poor amount of exposure on the platform. So yeah, let's see how our temps are doing. Still in dead temperature, still looking good. Outside air temperature is still minus 20. We are through the clouds now though, so I'm going to go ahead and just turn the prop de-icer off. And I think what we'll do is, yeah, we'll go ahead and turn the airfoil heater master off as well. Great stuff. Let's have a listen to that. Okay, it's getting very quiet now, but we're more or less on the beam. We're coming off it a little bit here. So I'm actually going to switch to the next station. So we want to be on 260 now for the next station. And then we'll plot that as well. So bring over the plot here. So that's going to be the Golf India identified there. And we'll start listening. Oh my god, that is so quiet. Okay, I think we're going to have to go back to the old one for a few more minutes here. It's very quiet, but I'm pretty sure we're still on it. Old style, yeah, it certainly is. We're flying truly, truly old school here. Not using any GPS, we're not using VORs, we're not using NDBs, we're not using anything. Well, we're using radio range. But that's it. And I don't have a secret map anywhere on my computer screen showing me where we are. Fully using the radio range here. So yeah, it's very cool, very immersive. Like I say, yeah, I'm looking forward to the day that we see an aircraft in the sim where you can actually tune the radio range in the aircraft and you can hear it through the sim. That would be so cool. Where is the AP? Well, it's not really an autopilot in this aircraft. It's actually called a gyro pilot, and this is it right here. So you can basically control the bank, and you can control the altitude. But that's about it, really. That's about it. Oh, we could put our mixtures to auto lean as well now we're in the cruise. I completely forgot about that one. Turn our hydraulics off. Let me make sure I do not forget about that. Let's see how we're doing on fuel. Fuel's looking fine. Water injection. Holy crap, we used a lot of water on that takeoff. Holy. Hydraulics looking good. Everything else is looking fine. Anti-icing fluid still very high, even though we've had that on for ages. But yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good, guys. Wing lights we can turn off. Position lights, flash maybe. Don't need those on anymore either. Okay, great stuff. Great stuff. We're chilling. Oh, Constantine, you asked about the gyro pilot, didn't you? So yeah, obviously it's here. And then what you can also do as well is there's a switch here, 3 position. So you can either have it on gyropilot mode, which is basically like we're doing now. You can control the bank, or you can control the altitude or the pitch. You can also put it on localizer mode, which, funnily enough, doesn't actually follow a localizer. It will follow like a VOR or something like that. It will actually follow a localizer as well, I tell a lie. And then approach mode you can use to follow a glide slope. So that's that. What have we got here on terms of these radios? So these are HF radios, VHF. You can tune an ADF on here as well. Can you tune a radio range though? I don't think so. Oh, you might be able to actually. Oh, we're still right on the beam, guys. We're still right on the beam. You guys probably can't hear it now, but we're right on the beam. Amazing. Must have got that wind correction angle dialed in. So we want to be going 079, and we're actually going 065. So about 15 degrees of wind correction. Oh, baby, we're going through a bit of fog there. Oh, no, it's just a big cloud. What's the ETA? FCAM... I'm not actually sure, to be honest with you. Possibly, it's quite a while. It's not a short flight, this. We're not even halfway through yet, so probably looking at another, maybe about an hour and a half, something like that. Alright. Let's switch over to the next station anyway, because this one is getting very, very quiet now. So we'll stop there, and then we'll go to 260. Hopefully this one's a bit louder now. It's still quite quiet, but it's not really any quieter than the last one. Sorry, not any quieter than the last one. So let's have a look. So we're coming into station Golf India, and the inbound course we want to follow is 079, 3 degrees off from what we were following last. It sounds like we're on the beam, but it is very quiet, so I can't really fully tell. So I'm just going to stay. We're going to just keep on this current heading because it seems to be working for now. We're going to keep on this current heading, and then once it gets a bit louder, we'll readjust if necessary. Okay, guys. So that's what I wanted to try out. I wanted to try out, see if I could do the flyby camera. So if we come like this, and then we lock the camera to the aircraft, not like that. If we lock the camera to the aircraft like this, so we can do a bit of this. We'll increase the drone speeds. Doing this with my Xbox controller here, so you can't really see what I'm doing. In fact, okay, I'll use the menu. Drone speed, there we go. Rotation speeds. Right, so if we go like this, should be able to sort of roughly do a flyby, like if I go like this. Sort of. And then we can do it again. Sort of works, but sort of works. It's not too bad, actually. What if I just bring the camera back round like this, and I'm going to go ahead and just center the aircraft a little bit better like this. And then we'll do the same again. Crank up the speeds. Alright, let's try this. Zoom in a bit as well. So it kind of works, actually, because I think they've changed this camera a little bit, because previously, when you used to go towards the aircraft like this, what it would do is it would actually invert the camera. So when you go in like that, it would actually put the camera upside down. And now it seems like they've changed it so that it doesn't invert the camera. So then, what if we do this then? What if we do this? So if we keep the drone locked to the aircraft, but we release it from following, let's see how that looks. There we go. That's a bit more like a flyby, isn't it? That's a bit more like it. Let's go. Alright, let's try it again. I want to try and get quite close to it so when it passes. Alright, so if I release the drone follow now. Yeah! Alright, I kind of want to get it so it actually comes quite close to the camera, but I can't seem to get to do that. There we go. That's a bit better. What if we go underneath? Oh, it's a bit janky underneath. I've cracked it, guys. I've fucking cracked it. Let's go. Let's go. Engines look so cool, sparkling in the sunlight, gorgeous playing. Yeah, they really, really do look good, don't they? They really do. Chris says, seems to be harder to plan VOR NDB routes these days. Yeah, I mean, definitely, there's a lot of VORs that are getting decommissioned, etc. It's just a sign of the times, I suppose. It's just, it is what it is. However, you can download this add-on and have all the radio ranges in the US that were historically accurate. If you want to do a bit of this, I don't blame you if you don't. Constantine, thank you very much, dudes. Have a nice sleep. Take it easy, bro. Do I have a stream deck for changing views in the game? No, I'm usually just using either my mouse to change the view, or my joystick, or my Xbox controller. That looks badass. Yeah, it does look pretty cool, doesn't it? So I'll show you guys what I'm doing. I'm not sure why it's refraining you from using foul language when you're just saying ass. Right, so yeah, I'll show you guys what I'm doing here. So I don't know if you guys worked it out or not, but basically if I come to the showcase camera like this, now what you can do is when you're normally on the showcase camera, this is default settings here. Obviously you can move the camera wherever you want, and it's still going to follow the plane. See, drone follow mode is on by default. It's still going to follow the plane. Now, what you can also do is you can actually go to drone lock mode, and what that will do is it'll lock the camera onto the aircraft, or well, it'll lock the camera wherever it is pointing. It'll lock it to the middle of the screen basically. So if I press lock there on your Xbox controller, if you press down the left analog stick, you'll get the lock mode. And now what you can see is I can actually rotate the camera around that spot, and I can also move the camera in and out from that spot. So what you could do is if I reset the position of the camera here, and then I'm just going to point it down a little bit further just so the plane is right in the middle of the screen. You don't have to do that, but I think you're probably getting better results at the moment. So then we'll turn on the lock mode, and now you can see I can actually rotate around the aircraft just freely without the camera actually detaching really from looking in that direction. So if I actually bring up the drone speed, where's my mouse gone? Hello? The sim did this the other day where the mouse just disappears. What the... There we go. Okay, so we're back. Now, if I bring up the speed, this drone speed, rotation speed doesn't need to be that high. So now I can move in and out, left analog stick to move in and out, and we can rotate. So if I move the camera far away, listen to how perfectly we're on that beam as well, by the way, guys. That is absolutely legendary. So if I put the camera, I don't know, around about here, and then right analog stick, if I press that down to release the follow mode, there we go. We get the flyby type situation. And then what you can do is you can just put follow mode back on, reposition the camera again. Reposition the camera again. I think it works a bit better when you're a bit closer, maybe. Reposition the camera again, and then click it off. There we go. That's how you do it, guys. That's how you do a flyby Microsoft Flight Simulator. Obviously not quite as good as in X-Plane, for example, but it works. It works. I'll take it. I'll take it. Sky Pickle, welcome to the chat. Yo, good afternoon. Good evening, rather. Hope you're doing well. Oliver as well. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, I think this is getting a little bit louder, this station now. We are more or less on the beam. I think we're a little bit off it now. Let me just see what I can hear. I'm hearing an A. So we've definitely not passed overhead yet. So we're hearing an A, which is here. This is the N. So we're currently flying in like this, and we're drifting a little bit to the top like that, rather than coming straight down. I think that's an A. I really hope it is an A. So I'm going to give myself a little bank to the right, not too much, because we basically bang on. We just want to give a slight adjustment here. There we go. We'll do that for now, because we've got quite far to go still, so there's no point in over adjusting. There we go. I think we're coming back onto it now, actually. Great stuff. Manical asks, is there a way to switch to window view in one click? Yes, there is, yeah. So you can do it two ways. You can obviously set a custom camera, you know, like you would set like this. You know, that's like a custom camera, right? So you can set a custom camera and then bind that to your mouse maybe. I have it on Alt 3, for example. That's the way to do it in sort of one click. Obviously you can bind that to your mouse as well. Or you can bind maybe your drone camera to your mouse. So if you go to your drone camera and then come to the fixed views and then just pre-choose whichever view you want. So for example this one. So this is in the showcase camera currently. Now, if I switch back to the cockpit and then use the drone toggle keybind, that'll take me straight back to this fixed camera. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay, I think we're getting further away from the beam now. I'm going to give us a left turn. Because maybe I'm not hearing an A. Maybe I'm not hearing an A. Alright, let's center that up. Alright, let's see. Next time, I'll try that next time in the sim. Looks amazing. Trouble is, I'll end up pointing at the ground upside down as normal. Well, hopefully not. Give it a try, dude. See how it works. I mean, obviously, if you always get lost with the camera, you can always come back to reset position. And it should fix it. When is my next stream? Welcome to the chat, nevertheless, Oliver. Hope you're doing well. Next stream, I'm not actually sure when the next one is. It will probably be sometime on the weekend. Most likely Sunday, to be honest with you. Probably in the evening on Sunday. But I will post on the channel. I'll make an event for the stream before I actually do it. So if you keep an eye on the channel. Okay, we're definitely coming off the beam now, aren't we? I'm going to give us a heavy bank to the right and just see if we can start hearing the N again. Because we're getting very close to it now, as you can hear. It's getting very loud. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I can hear the N coming back in. Great stuff, great stuff. All right. Oliver, am I kid friendly? I don't swear a lot, do I, chat? I don't swear a lot, but I do swear sometimes. So it's up to you. I tend to try and not swear, but sometimes it just happens. What is the buzzing sound going on and off? It is a radio range station that we're tracking. We're doing radio range navigation based on it's basically how they used to navigate in the 30s and 40s before there was other nav aids available and stuff like that. Right, there we go. We're coming right onto the beam now. Let's go back to about 062, wasn't it? There we go, cone of silence. Cone of silence. Right, we'll just continue on this heading until it reappears then. Sounds like a fire alarm. Yeah, it does a bit sound like a fire alarm. Some people said it sounds like a Russian nuclear submarine alarm or something like that. Someone said that earlier on. I can't remember exactly what it was. But yes, it does sound very weird and it is a little bit annoying, but that's the only thing we're using to navigate right now. As you can see, we've got all our radios off. And there's no GPS in this aircraft, so we're just navigating using the Morse code on the radio stations. Let's have a quick check anyway, see our T's and P's. All looking good, actually. Very, very nice indeed. I'm intrigued, actually. I'm intrigued. Let's have a look at the health of our engines after that takeoff, because I put in... We got a very, very high cylinder head temperature, didn't we, on takeoff? And I'm just intrigued to see whether that actually did damage the aircraft or not. Let's see. Oh, dear. This doesn't look good, does it? Right, there we go. We're going back onto the beam. Holy crap, it's loud. We're right on it, though, so that's fine. Yeah, so I must have damaged the engines a bit on that takeoff. But they seem to be operating fine. I mean, we're operating as normal, really, honestly. Like, I mean, our cruise speed may be a little bit lower than normal, but I don't think so, really. If I remember correctly, this seems like fairly average cruise speed for the DC-6.
Great old school flight today. Very fun.
Hey, Paul, thank you very much, dude. Thank you for the 500 stars. That's very generous of you. Thank you very much. Very old school indeed. Yeah, we're very, very, very much in the old school today. Alright, I'm hearing an A. I'm hearing an A. So we need to go a little bit more to the north. Right, guys, I'll show you. I'll show you. We'll jump over to the charts real quick, and I'll see if I can show you roughly where I think we are. Let me just check which station we're tuned into. So we're flying away from the Gulf India. So there we go, Grand Island. So if I bring up the fuzz pads, you guys should be able to see Grand Island or the Gulf India station there. We've just passed over it. That was when it went quiet, so we're probably somewhere probably about here, somewhere around here, I think. And we're heading towards the Omaha station, which is just over halfway into the flight. But yeah, we're doing pretty well, I think. I think that's where we are. In fact, shall we do a bit of validation, just for a bit of fun? Because I'm 99.9% sure that is roughly where we are. So let's do a bit of validation and just see for that satisfaction factor on little nav map here. So if I bring up the plane, there we go, beautiful. So we're just there, fantastic, great stuff. And we do have a wind. We do have wind from the north, as I expected. Straight crosswind there. And actually, let's just look at the aircraft trail, because while we're here, why not? There we go. So so not too bad, actually. I don't know what I was doing here when I took off. I just banked all the way to the left up here. I don't know what I was doing there, but we seem to be doing okay. It took me a little bit to get into the swing of things, but then since we have, it's been pretty smooth sailing, actually. Alright, great stuff. I'm happy with that. Alright, let's see where we are then. So I'm hearing a... Pretty sure I'm hearing an N. Yeah, that's an N. So we need to go a little bit more to the south. Yeah, pretty much bang on, aren't we, Chris? Pretty much bang on. Yeah, I'm very pleased, actually. Very pleased. Right, I don't want to overturn, so we'll leave it about there. There we go, it's coming back in now. Oh. Can we see us? No. Here we go, guys. Flyby time. Very good. Very good. Alright, we're coming a bit closer now, I think. Maybe a little bit more to the right. Or the south, should I say. I've come right off the beam here, somehow. We'll center up there. I'm just trying to be really, really gentle with the turns. Because there's no point trying to overturn it, because you'll just go straight through the beam. I think we're coming back onto it though. Getting a bit quiet now though, that's the issue. It's very flat flying over this part of the US, isn't it? Extremely flat. I remember I've done what did I do before? I did Denver to was it Denver to New York, I think I did one time. Very, very early on actually, when this sim came out. I did that on stream. And yeah, I remember it being really flat, and then you've got these circle things in the ground everywhere. I completely forgot the name of them. But they're everywhere up here, aren't they? Look at those, the paint on the props there. That looks so cool, doesn't it? So do you guys understand what radio range navigation is then? Have I managed to describe it to you in a way that you're able to actually understand how to do it now? I'm just intrigued. I'm just intrigued. I think we're coming back onto it. It is very, very quiet at the moment though, so it's a bit difficult to hear. But just referring back to the charts here. Yeah, we're carrying on in more or less the same heading. The next tower is on... Sorry, not tower. The next station is 320. I'm still hearing an N more than anything, so I'm going to give us a little bit more of a turn to the right. And just going to allow the wind to blow us across there. Hopefully that's enough now. Oh my god! That's super annoying. The sim's just crashed, guys, if you haven't realized what's just happened. Oh, that's super annoying, isn't it? That's super annoying. I'm not sure why the sim keeps crashing. It keeps crashing recently. It's done this to me a few times with a couple of different planes as well. It just keeps doing this since, I don't know, fairly recently. And I haven't changed anything personally. Well, I think I might have added some community stuff, but let's see. Yeah, see, I don't know what to do now because it's Ugh. Yeah, see, I don't know what to do now because, like I said, you know, the very nature of the DC6 is that obviously it has that you know, if we load back into DC6 now, it's all the fluid levels and everything, it's all going to be different. Or it might not be, I don't know. I'll tell you what we'll try and do. We'll try and load it back up and see if we can get it to work. God, that is super annoying. How long have we been flying for there? We've been flying for like, what, like just under 2 hours? And it's just gone and crashed. I don't know what it is that's causing the crash though. I really can't work it out. I wonder if it's to do with this new module for the VDGS. Not that it should make a difference. But I wonder if it is because of the... because I recently installed that one. I haven't really done any long flights since I installed that one. So maybe... Alright, I'll just remove that one as well. What else have I put on recently? I've put on this weather preset one, but I can't see it being that, but I'm just taking it out anyway. And then we've got the Freedom Fox. I can't see it being that causing an issue. I really don't know what it is, guys. I honestly have no idea. No idea. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys, is... excuse me. So what I'll do is I'm going to export the flight plan from little nav map. I'm going to drop that on my desktop. And then hopefully what I should be able to do is just reload the flight. And then select a waypoint and hopefully just spawn myself in a cruise. And then we'll just reset all the power settings and hopefully that'll fix it. I think. Oh, that's super annoying. At least we know roughly where we were thanks to checking. In fact, let's bring that up now. So let's see here. This is how far we got, basically. We got to about here. You can see the pink dotted line. So we'll try respawning just after this Gulf India. I might spawn in at Omaha, actually, just because of the time it's taken to restart the sim and whatnot. So maybe we'll try that, yeah. We'll let the sim reload anyway. I just don't know what's causing the crashing, guys. I really don't know. Like I haven't really had any issues with crashing at all with this sim. I know a lot of people have, but personally I haven't really had any issues with crashing. And now all of a sudden I'm getting this. It's quite annoying, but what can you do? I feel like with some aircraft it's not so bad. You can quite easily reinstate where you were and whatnot, but with this it's a little bit different. Hey. I'm gonna argue. I don't know. I'm gonna guess that they've changed something on the back end. Maybe. I don't know. Because we had that weird thing happen earlier on, didn't we? Which I'd never seen before. They must be prepping for Monday's update, maybe. I don't know. I think the update's on Monday anyway. All right, here we are. The crop circles are center picot irrigation farms. Yes, that's it. That's it. Yeah, I definitely looked that up previously, but just totally forgot it. There's Schutz, brilliant, and Manacle as well at St. Louis. Fantastic. All right. Let's try this then. So if we go to more, load, save, load, and then I'm going to bring in that flight plan from the little nav map. Now then. It's not brought all the fixes up as individual points here. Let's see. Can I just... So we've got Omaha there. Can I just select that and just spawn in there? No, not by the looks of things. Okay. What if I just estimate? What if I go like this? Oh, actually, that's interesting. All right, let's try this. I'm just going to click here, set as departure. Oh, has that worked? No, it's given me these RNAV fixes. God damn it. Well, actually, that's not actually an issue. That's not an issue. Yes, we're using the radio range anyway. It doesn't really matter, does it? So, yeah, we'll just plonk ourselves back in here. I'm way overthinking this, guys. I'm way overthinking this. So we'll cancel that. So we'll just plonk ourselves down there, custom departure. And we'll put an arrival in at Chicago. Just so it allows us to actually... choose a cruising altitude here. So we'll go on navlog, cruising altitude 13,000, that's correct. So click fly. Wait, live players. Perfect. Hopefully that works. Chris has not had any crash deaths up recently, but had a few freezes. Totally random. Yeah. Very strange, Chris. Very strange. This sim is a mysterious thing. Right, here we are. Here we are. So, where are we? We're just above 13,000. So, let's bring that nose up. Let's just get the gyro pilot in. Oh, is it? Huh? Oh, it won't let me. Won't let me do it. All right, I guess I'll just have to manually trim this out. Ah, pipe down, love. Yeah, so all our fluids and everything has been reset. Let's get the de-icer on just while we're doing this, so we don't get all iced up. Oh, dude. Turn the radios off. Okay, so we're coming down to 13. How come the gyro pilot? Why is the ATC still talking to me? The radio's off. Right, so it won't let me engage the gyro pilot for what? Okay, it will now. Right, let's give ourselves a little descent. Dude, please. I'm not on your frequency anymore, please. Right, so let's go back to cruise power anyway. We were at 2000 RPM, weren't we? And we were also at 32.2 inches. Right. Let's get flying the beam back on. This is going to be a task to work out where we are now. And we were just approaching the Omaha station, weren't we? So we'll bring that one up. Omaha is going to be on 320. Live players, Chris. Yes, sorry, I've missed that. Right. Okay. I believe we're in the southwest quadrant, and I believe we're hearing a N. So I'm going to go northwest. So if I show you guys, I believe we are somewhere down here. So I'm going to shoot us up northwest like that to rejoin the beam. Oh, Paul, thank you. I don't think I responded to you, by the way, but yeah, really appreciate the feedback there. Yeah, I'm glad that I was able to sort of articulate it. It's quite a difficult thing to explain when you're not, you know, super well versed with it like myself. I'm still learning, but I do want to try and, you know, at least pass on some of the knowledge to you guys. I might have overturned a little bit there, but there we go. There's Schutz. Lovely stuff. Great. Oh, okay, so he's at Omaha, isn't he? So that must be the radio range is somewhere down there. It's right on the airfield. Let's see how our temps are looking. Temps are good. Let's see what cowl flap setting it brought us in on. So 0. That's fine. Is the pitot heat on? It is. Now we can probably go ahead and turn off the airfoil heater and the prop de-ice. Turn the temperature up in here. Turn the temperature up in the back. Oh. Flying the beam has just crashed now. Huh. What is going on today? I wonder if it's something to do with flying the beam, maybe. There we go, we're coming onto it. Alright, let's turn. Ah, no, it's disconnected. Bleh. Right. Are we in auto lean? We are, yeah. Okay. Right, I reckon we're probably going to hear an A now. We are hearing an A. So we need to continue turning to the right. Did I buy this plane? Yes, it is a payware plane, yes. What's the beeping? That is the sound of a radio range. We're doing radio range navigation. Type of navigation they used to use back in the day when they used to fly these aircraft. Right, okay. So we're getting there. We've still got a little bit further to descend. Where did I buy it? PMDG.com. Right, so there we go. Let's level off. Okay, altitude control is in. How's our temps looking? Cylinder temperature is good. Carb temps are good. Pressure all looking good. Okay, we're going to fly through these clouds. Let's get the airfoil heater and the prop deicer on. I think I can hear us coming back onto the beam now. Going to give us a little bit more of a right turn because I think it might take a while otherwise. Has Chris joined us now? Oh, he's down there. Oh, he's climbing though. Love to see it. Love to see it. I hope they fix this soon where the aircraft just looks like it's getting full sun through the cloud. So strange. Right, we're coming back onto the beam now, and we're also about to go through the cone of silence. I'll write it in the chat for you, dude. There you go. There you go. Right, there we go. We're right on it now. So we need to be heading 082. We're heading 060 currently. Actually, have we flown over it yet? I've actually forgotten. Did we fly over it? Did we go through the cone of silence? I think we're going through it now, aren't we? We're going through it now. Yeah, we're going through it now. So I'm actually going to keep this heading because this has got the wind correction angle in, hasn't it? Alright, beautiful. Oh, it's a bit snowy up here, isn't it? It's a bit snowy. It's probably going to be snowy at Chicago as well. It'll be a nice snowy landing. Right, we're coming back through the cone of silence now. Oh, you know what? The weight and balance is probably all messed up as well, isn't it? Yeah, it is. All right, let's fill us up. See what. Hopefully this this doesn't do anything crazy. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. That's about right. Now, in terms of fuel, I'm just going to look on my flight plan. I'm just going to see what the estimated fuel was for this point of the flight. Oh, now SimToolkitPro has apparently cancelled the flight. God damn it. Right, okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Right, estimated fuel on board. 8.1 thousand tons, 8.1 thousand pounds, sorry. So we'll go like that. We'll see what happens. Right, okay, this beam's getting very quiet now. Okay, what are we hearing? We're hearing an N, so we need to go further to the south. I'm just going to put our heading to about 080. We need to be 082 to fly on the beam, but we've got that wind again, haven't we? So slowly coming around on the heading. There we go. That should do it. We'll stay there for now. There's Schutz behind us. Fantastic. Love to see it. Are you flying the beam as well, Chris? Guys, also, did you guys see the the Q&A last night? The Microsoft Flight Simulator Q&A? I know I said that I would see you guys in the chat, but I couldn't get there in the end. But did you guys catch the Q&A last night? It was very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Ah, no, you're not. Series of VORs. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So we're coming back onto the beam. You can just about hear the A signal coming in. Oh, you missed it. No worries. Tell you what then, let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at some of the stuff they showed, because there's some pretty incredible stuff they showed in there that's coming to the sim. Like, they announced a couple of new planes and they showed the world update for Australia, but in all honesty, that's not the exciting stuff. I'll show you. We'll bring it up. We'll bring it up. I'll show you the Australia World update because that does look pretty cool. Oh, we'll show the local legend for the Australia update as well, because this does look pretty insane actually. The detailing on it. Actually, no. I'll let you guys look at that in your own time. Right, there we go. I'll pause that for a second, and I'm going to bring it up once we get onto this beam here. We're nearly on it. We're nearly on it. Need to watch from the start. We'll definitely give it a go. Learn so much. Oh, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did try and explain it in the start, but I'm kind of a bit paranoid that I didn't explain it that well. So please do let me know if you find any questions. But if you download the add-on itself, it does have a very good manual with it as well, which is quite useful. It's not very long either, so it's quite a simple thing to do at the end of the day. It just obviously, for me, I've never really listened to Morse code before, so that was a learning experience for me. Obviously, I know what Morse code is, etc., but that was a bit of a learning experience. But once you've kind of learned that, it's actually really quite easy and quite intuitive way to do things. Now, we might actually be close enough to the next one to tune that one. Let's just try that one because it might be a bit louder. This one's gone very quiet. So we'll go 212. So the way the guys has done this mod as well, I don't know if I mentioned, but all of these radio range navigation stations. Okay, that one's Not quieter, but it's still very quiet. These are all based on real-world radio ranges, so this is where they existed in the real world when they were around. Okay, so we're going to be flying now inbound Delta Mike. And I believe I'm hearing an N, which is up here, so N for the not shaded area. We're actually coming onto the beam now, I think. So I'm just going to leave in the current heading, I think, and just let the wind put us on it. What are we heading now? We're at 080, and we need to be 085, so we shall just stay on this heading because we've got that wind from the north. Right, let's have a look at this Q&A then, guys. Let's have a look, guys. So, here we go. Sim Improvements 2022.
For airplanes, how it's been built is simulating air that flows over surfaces, but not yet. Oh yeah, you can start it.
So, I mean, Seb probably gives a far better explanation than what I would do. But because I can't really adjust the volume independent of the sim right now, actually no, we probably can do that. We probably can do that. Bear with me.
Simulates air that flows over surfaces. Yeah. So can
There we go.
show my slide. Yeah. So basically, I talked a little bit about this. I think on the last or sometime last autumn.
You guys
this
should
is
be able to
really,
see that now.
Trying to build the road to helicopters
Yep.
over 2022. And we didn't just want to do helicopters on one side.
But this is improvements they're making to the sim
airplanes.
to prep for
Basically,
helicopters, like you just
for
said.
Airplanes, how it's been built is simulating air that flows over surfaces, but not yet. Oh yeah, you can start it.
So if you kind of look at what's happening here, is you see you've got the 4 propeller blades, and you see they've got these points where the forces are building up on the propeller blades. What you can actually see is once the prop gets to a high enough RPM, this actually becomes 8 blades, quote unquote, to simulate the full surface of the propeller. But what you'll also see is the there will be some lines that will start coming out of this propeller. And if you also look on the wing here, you'll also see there'll be a little bit of lift applied to the wing. So you'll see some lines coming up where the props are actually giving a little bit of lift to the wings. So anyway, I'll play it and you can see what I mean.
That flows over surfaces, and for airplanes, these surfaces couldn't really move very fast on the plane, right? We could have control surfaces moving, but that was about it.
There we go. There's all the different.
Extremely fast-moving surfaces, just like for example propeller blades. Propellers was basically using.
There you go. And look at the little.
FSX-based propeller system, which just calculates the force and applies it on a point.
Okay, we've gone through the beam now.
You have surfaces which can move fast, which can twist, which can flap, which can do all sorts of things. And so we've implemented that over the last month, and are starting to use it on airplanes. On Sim Update 8, 3 airplanes are going to get this on the base planes, and just one here is one example.
Look at this, guys, just real quick.
So this simulates the propellers accurately, as if it was
Very
the
nice.
surface or the wing or any other surface of the airplane. So when the airplane is moving, you just get native P factor, you get all the effects, all the torque, everything is natively simulated and accurate.
So this is very cool. This is very cool.
Fixes many of
Now,
the problems we had on the
we can
plane.
fast forward it a bit, and you can
It
see.
just entire wind. It just creates lift into that direction and drag into these directions. So you can hear really.
I recommend you listen to this bit because I'm not going to explain it very well, but pretty cool.
Same direction. But it's all
And
really
then you can come back
physically
here,
traders. It's going to be documented.
and you can see the feathering of the
Basically,
propeller.
it's
So you
simple.
see the
Just
propeller's actually
describing how the
stopped
wing
because
is,
it's fully feathered.
How the propeller is the shape, right? It's just like
There you go.
The rest
And you can
of
see
the
it's
micro-
even got lift
you
vectors
describe
on the
the shape of
actual
propeller, like
surfaces
the angle
of the
how
of
it's
the propeller.
twisted,
That's
how
how
aspect ratio, all
deep
sorts of
they're
different
going with
parameters.
this.
And,
It's so cool.
And based on that, the engine then computes the airflow around the propeller and simulates it correctly. So it was pretty easy to port these 3 planes.
And then you can see, I guess this is a visualization of the wind,
adjusted to the actual shape.
but you can see how it gets affected
Another
by
thing
the
that's
aircraft.
Really, really important for helicopters is to have an airflow that is really simulated around the airplane and impacted by the aircraft itself. The aircraft changes the airflow, and on an airplane there's a few effects like prop wash, fuselage shadowing, deep stall. There isn't that many. It's not that important.
Like,
And
he
it
goes
was-
on
well, here
about
you
this
can see it.
for quite a while. As you can see, there's all these really cool visualizations, which I highly
So
recommend
much
you looking at.
Oh, I didn't store this. Oh, this is same thing on a jet, so you can
And
see.
you can
the-
see where the aircraft stalls here. You'll be able to see the airflow actually
jet
detach from the aircraft.
I think I'm stalling here too, Sean, because it's pretty interesting to see how the air detaches on the wing. And same thing. There's also.
There you go.
the air is detached, it's
And
just, the
dropping it down.
elevator Here you can see the airflow detaching and reattaching the effects.
And then one exciting thing for us as airliner
And now
flyers,
I'm gonna turn on the
wake
visibility.
turbulence. Look at that.
Out of the box, right? I didn't touch any parameter, anything. It just simulates it as it should.
That's so cool, isn't it?
uh,
And then this one's quite cool as well.
Depending on what I did before, the air is already impacted, and also by the weather, the wind,
Showing how basically how the
and
air is going to interact with not only the ground but also
effect on
all around the
depending on what
aircraft.
you did on the ground, you can
Depending
run
on what
into
you're doing.
vortex. You see here, they're going on the right. If I'm going back left, I'm running into my own sort of. It looks like a whirlpool of air here. But you see how it's much more impacting on a helicopter, especially if you're hovering close to the ground, than for a plane. And so this gives us.
Anyway, I'll let you guys watch the rest. I'm not going to attempt to try and explain it, but very, very cool. Very, very cool. So yeah, I recommend you guys go watch that if you know, spending a lot of time in this sim. There's some really, really cool improvements coming by the sound of things. Also, they announced that DLSS is confirmed for a future update. So they will be putting DLSS in, and they said it works really, really well apparently. So that is pretty exciting as well. And I've flown off the beam now, showing you guys this. So let's try and work out where we are. So I believe we're still flying inbound to the Delta mic. I'm currently hearing a N, so we're a bit north. So let's give us a bit of a turn to the right. And we are starting to get a bit closer to it now. Snow in the cornfields down below. Indeed, indeed. Hello, welcome to the chat. This person, unfortunately, I can't read that. And if you're able to speak in English in the chat, that'd be great, dude. And then I can read what you're saying. But yes, Paul, it certainly is. It certainly is, dude. And yeah, basically what they're doing is, by the sounds of things, is they're basically converting a lot of the sort of FSX sort of attributes and stuff like that they had in place up until this point, and they're basically making it to a native simulation, which looks really, really good actually. All right, let's straighten up here. I think I might have overturned a bit there, but we'll see. We're almost at the station now. It's getting very loud. I can't hear the A coming in just yet, though. Oh, I can now, yeah. It's very faint, but it's coming in. No, I can't hear it coming in. I'm sure that's an N we're hearing though, isn't it? It is. I can just hear the A. Let's give us a bit more of a bank to the right. Because we're about to go through the cone of silence, so I'd like to get quite close to the beam before it all goes quiet. There we go, you can just hear it coming in now. There we go, cone of silence. So we'll just continue on this heading and hopefully we'll come out on the other side on the beam. Even though, yeah, we might do. These are aligned with each other, these two, which is grand. Makes my life a bit easier. Paul says, my grandpa was a pilot, served in World War II and taught flying for years. I wish he lived to see how amazing flight sims have become. He would have gone nuts for this stuff. Yeah, I bet, dude. I bet. That's such a cool little story there, though. Yeah. Really cool. I bet he did some of this radio range navigation then, potentially. I bet he did. Alright, here comes the Morse code again. Right, so we're hearing a definite N there. Which is surprising, actually. I wonder, I think we've just flown like this. Right, so let's turn ourselves a bit further north. So what were we on here? What did we want? It's 085 outbound. So we'll turn to 060. Give a nice shallow intercept. Although I might turn a little bit further than that actually, because it sounds like we're a little bit far away from the beam at the moment. You can tell when you're not close to the beam, obviously, because you don't hear that other letter at all. There we go. I can hear it coming back in now. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. It is lovely aircraft though, isn't it? Even if it's got a few texturing little peculiarities, it still looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it? It's insane how good it looks. I do hope with the 737 they go in a little bit harder with the textures and whatnot, but I understand why they do it. It's obviously for frame rate, isn't it? Right, here we go. We're coming onto the beam now. I'm going to give us a little bit of a right turn here, just so the intercept angle is as small as possible. So what did we want? We wanted 085. So let's go to 07, just over 070. I think just about there. Just to give us that wind correction angle that we had in before. There we go, that should do it. Hopefully. I mean, the wind could have changed also. We are coming onto it though, we are coming onto it. We're nearly there, guys, to be fair. We're nearly there. Now, the issue with this system is I don't know how far away we are from the airfield, so I'm not sure exactly where to start the descent, to be quite honest. Thankfully, we don't have too far to descend. Only 13,000 feet. There we go, we're coming onto the beam now. I'm going to give us a little bit of a left bank just because we're still getting blown a little bit here. There we go. Beautiful stuff. We're right on it here, aren't we? Yes, Chris. Yes. Fully agree with that. When you said takeoff power sound on the DC-6 is incredible. Yeah. It's so good, isn't it? That takeoff power sound in this aircraft is just so good. Sounds exactly like the real aircraft as well. Like, if you ever watch videos, it sounds uncanny. Okay, I'm starting to hear an A a little bit more now. So we've overturned a bit. We're putting a bit too much wind correction angle. Let's leave it there. See if that's any better. Let's try it about there. Beautiful. Still hearing that A. Get a little bit further around. I'm not sure on this playlist, guys. What do you reckon? It's very elevator type music, isn't it? It's very, very casual. Very, very casual. Like, I like some chill tunes for the stream and whatnot, but this is very... I think it's too loungy for me, if you know what I mean. What about if we go to... Try this one. I don't think I've tried this playlist yet. Not that one. One. Alright, so I'm still hearing that A quite well. So we're up here somewhere. We're somewhere up here. Just can't quite get onto it just at the moment. Maybe I'm being too gentle with these banks. Beautiful. This, yeah, this looks great, doesn't it? This looks great. Probably in range of the next one as well, so let's try that. Let's try 224. Okay, it's a bit quiet. Bit quiet. So we'll go back to 212. Right, guys, I'll be back in just a moment. Just going to nip away for 2 minutes, and I'll be back with you. Right, so we're back on the beam. Nearly. We're nearly back on it. It's getting very quiet now though, isn't it? Let's try the next one. So 2, 2, 4. That one's very quiet. Was it 212 that we were on before? It was. Still hearing that A. Still hearing that A. We need to go more to the south. I guess the wind's probably died down a bit. That's why it's not quite doing it for us. Right, I tell you what I'll do is I'll just get a quick METAR for Chicago. So winds are 260, so we want to land on one of the south-facing runways. So we've got 28 center, 28 right, 28 left, 27 left as well. So many runways to choose from. Sorry, not south-facing. Westerly facing. That'll work quite well, actually. We'll fly into the Chicago radio range, and then we'll make a left turn for runway 27. 27 left, I think. I think we'll go for 27 left. Where's the cargo apron? Oh, the cargo apron's all the way on the south side. So let's go for 28 left then. That's the short runway for Chicago, but we'll go for that. We'll go for that. Oh, I could go for 28 center, just so we've got a bit more runway to work with. Let's do that. We'll go for 28 center, I think. Right. Now, I really can't hear that radio range anymore. I think we just went through some turbulence as well. What's going on down here? Got bumped around a bit there. Alright, cool. So let's go to 224 then, because that one is not impossible to hear it. It's really hard to hear this one as well. I think we're just going to have to keep on current heading. I don't think there's anything else that we can do. We're pretty much in a silent area at the moment, unfortunately. However, that being said, this is the next station, the Mike Oscar. And I think once we pass through here, I'm going to start a slow descent. So this is the Mike Oscar. Oh, I can just hear it. I can just hear it. Right, I can hear a letter A, so that means we're up here, which makes sense based on our last one. So we'll give a bit of a turn to the right, and then the inbound course is 090 for this one. So I'm actually just going to set my heading to 090. There we go. So we'll stay on that and see if we can recapture. Oh god, we're getting some serious gusts or whatever's going on here. See what our temps are looking like. Temps are looking good. Everything's looking fine. How are we looking on fuel? That is a question, because we adjusted that, didn't we? Oh, we've got plenty of fuel. Plenty. Beautiful. Alright, so we're flying inbound to the next station now. It's very, very quiet at the moment. Extremely quiet. But I can hear it. It is getting a bit louder. Now, I think once we pass through this, I'll start a descent at 500 feet per minute. And we're just going to have to try and eyeball it, because I've got really not that much way to work out where the... I mean, I suppose I could work it out, actually, because we know how long the last leg is between the MO and the Chicago radio range. That's 129 nautical miles, according to a little nav map. So we could do that. We could do that. So we need to lose 13,000 feet. I've forgotten the rule of thumb for this one. I think it's, what is it, 13 times 5? Gives you 65, and then another 20 miles is what I used to add. So 85 miles, that sounds about right. So 85 miles. That means we want to start a descent 40 miles. Sorry, 50, just under 50 miles after this next radio range. Now, I've got no way to really see your ground speed in here. Otherwise, yeah, it's a bit difficult to work out how long to time for. Yeah, because we don't know our wind and we don't know our ground speed, unfortunately. How would they have done it back in the day? I really don't know. I mean, maybe they're just doing a rough rule of thumb. So if we say we're going 200 knots, and we want to start our descent about 50 miles after the radio range. Let me just do some maths here. Oh, it's actually quite simple, isn't it? So we want to go about 50 miles. That's going to take about 15 minutes, actually, isn't it? So, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll start a timer for 15 minutes once we pass through this radio range. And hopefully that all works out. I can't remember how you operate this one. Okay, that changes it between local and Zulu time, I believe, or GMT. And then how do you do the stopwatch? I can't seem to... Is this a stopwatch? There's a stopwatch. There we go, yeah. How do you reset it? We'll just leave it like that. I don't know how to reset it, actually. Right, it's getting a bit louder. It's getting a bit louder. I'm still hearing that A. So I'm going to give us a bit more of a turn to the right here. I feel like the wind is really not a crosswind anymore, because we don't seem to be drifting at all. So I'm going to try and fly. I'm going to fly 115 and try and intercept the beam. It's like I say, we don't seem to be getting blown across anymore. So maybe we've got tailwind now. .113, that'll do. Lovely stuff. Dead Reckoning, yes, indeed, yep. Yep. Yeah, so I'm just working out the timing based on the airspeed rather than, I suppose normally you would do it on ground speed, wouldn't you? But we're just going to do it on the airspeed because we'd have no way of knowing the ground speed. I suppose we can estimate, couldn't we, based on what we know from the flight plan in terms of winds. But I'm just going to keep it as it is because that was a nice simple calculation. I don't want to tax my brain too much right now. But yeah, I think about 15 minutes. It's still going to give us a bit of leeway regardless, I think. And then we'll descend at 1,000 feet per minute. Or is it 500 feet per minute you do in the DC6? I can't actually remember. Oh my god. No, it's 500 feet per minute, isn't it? It is. Oh, I've just realised on the stream overlay it actually does say, it actually says the ground speed just above me. Right there, that's the ground speed. I'm not going to use that though because that's cheating. Right, I believe we are coming onto the beam. It's quite difficult to tell. It is still quite faint. But I believe we're coming onto it. Maybe not. I'll give ourselves a bit more of a turn just to try and get us towards it so we can get settled. I think we've flown off course a fairly solid amount here. All right. So let's. I was checking the weather, wasn't I? So it is VFR currently, but we do have. Let's see. We've got 10 statute miles visibility, so that's quite good. We've got scattered clouds at 3,300 feet above aerodrome level, and then broken clouds at 2,000. Sorry. Broken clouds at 2,500 feet. We've got scatter clouds at 330 feet. So we should be good. We should be good to do a visual approach. That's what I was planning on doing. And I'm just going to fly it all manually. I know obviously we've got an ILS at Chicago, but I don't even know whether they would have used an ILS back then. I mean, ILSs were about since, I believe, the 40s, I think, but I don't know. I just fancy doing a visual. I'm just gonna do a visual. I fancy it. It might go terribly. It might go terribly. But we'll see. We'll see. There we go. I can hear the I can hear the N coming in. And then we want to turn to 090 once we're on the beam. In fact, I'm going to start turning now. So heading's coming around very, very slowly here. I tell a lie, it's not coming around at all. There we go, coming onto the beam. Coming onto the beam. You know what, guys? It's been forever since I've done a stream this long. Holy crap, 4.5 hours. Right, there we go. More or less on it now. We're more or less on it. We're still not fully on it, but I think that's acceptable. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Just turn it down a bit. I bet you guys are going crazy. I didn't think I would need to focus this much, to be quite honest with you. No, I think we turned in a bit early there. I'm just going to give us a slight right bank. Oh, there we go. It's getting louder. We're nearly there. It's nearly time to start our timer. There we go. We're more or less on it now. Let's go ahead and bank to the left. And there's a cone of silence. So we're basically just heading on the same heading. Outbound 090, and then once I can hear the beeps again, I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. This is fully old school, is this, isn't it? Absolutely love it. How's it going, Schutz? How's the DC6 treating you? It's a very big cone of silence, is this, isn't it? Jeez Louise. Sun's coming down. Hopefully the sun stays up, because I did want to do a visual approach. Hello? Oh, there we go. It's coming back in now. There we go. Start the timer. Your dog's been going crazy for hours. Oh, no, Dave. I'm so sorry. Dear, oh, dear. There we go. We're still right on the beam. I'm going to turn it down because we're right on it. Great stuff. Nearly there, guys. We made it. We made it. Almost. Almost. Now then, this is the tricky part, to be fair, because in the airway, if you guys remember, I bring up the tablet. So we've just passed over this radio range here and we're heading outbound. Now we've got to make a left turn at some point to go inbound to the Chicago radio range, which is here. So we've got to turn basically here. Now, don't really have any way of working out how far this distance is. I mean, there's probably a way to do it using the latitude and longitude lines here, but... or at least the longitude lines anyway, but... I'm not sure exactly how I would achieve that. So, what we'll do is we'll fly on this one until it starts to get weak signal. And then we'll tune the Chicago one and we'll keep flying the same heading until we actually get onto the beam, and then we'll take a left turn. That'll be the way to do it. That makes sense. So we'll fly down here, and then somewhere around here we'll tune the Chicago, and then we'll carry on flying, and then once we get onto the beam, we'll turn left. And then from here, from the Chicago radio range, I think it's just going to be a case of taking a left turn over the lake and then in for 26 center, 28 center, 27 center, something like that. Okay, I'm starting to hear a bit of an A now. So we are getting blown a little bit to the side by the wind, so I'm going to just give us a bit of a left bank. Maybe we'll aim for about 0.85. There we go. Let's see, the stopwatch is still working. It is. Fantastic. Fan-dabby-dozy, guys. Let's go. Love it. I didn't think this flight was going to take nowhere near this amount of time, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I know it was a 3-hour flight, but I feel like it's taken so much longer. Although we're on 4 hours 43, it took us about an hour and a half to get started up, didn't it? So, you know, we're not too far behind, I suppose. Oh no, the pressurization panel. Oh no, that's probably messed up, isn't it? I forgot to rechange that. Yeah, it is. Cabin altitude is at about 4,000 feet. Sorry, not 4,000. 2,000. Or is it? No, it's not. It's it's like 12,000, isn't it? So let's see if we can sort that out. I don't know if it's actually going to make a difference. I've done that the wrong way, haven't I? Oops. Just cruising, not using the AFE, so just feeling the RPM, manifold pressure and BMP out. Not BMP. BMEP. It's a pleasure to fly. I'm trying to suss out how to follow a track away from a VOR currently. Ah, got you. Yeah, it's the best way to do that is, well, you just need to keep the same setting on your CDI or your HSI. Well, it's more like I'm not sure which one this is. But anyway, you want to keep this on the same heading as you went inbound. And you could just stick back on the localizer. It should work. Right, we've gone off the beam now, guys. I can hear... I can hear an N. So we're a little bit to the northeast. Well, the miles listed between the points on the map in the center line of the beam. I'll have another check in a sec. Wait, I think I'm hearing an A now. What the heck? Oh no, I'm not. I'm hearing an N. This is the part where I don't want it to go wrong. This is the most crucial one, I think. It's so faint now, it's really, really difficult to hear. Right, hopefully that gets us back on track. It's so quiet though, I can really not hear it at all. So Paul asked about the miles on the chart. So no, it's not. No. So if I bring that up again, I assume you're talking about these numbers here. Those numbers are they're the magnetic heading for the inbound track to the radio range. So 085 here, 265. 174, whatever that says. Hey, look, there's a Bradford. I think that's an NDB, isn't it? Is there a place around here called actually Bradford? I guess there probably is, right? There's a city near me called Bradford as well. That's the reason why I mention it. Alright, now I can hardly hear this beacon anymore. This radio range, unfortunately. You want to fly into the VOR on, say, 120, but exit and track out on 090 and maintain it. I don't know if that's possible. Yeah, it should be. It should be. So, if you're flying in on 120, let's just do a drawing. So if you're flying in, this is the VOR here, north, south, west, east. So you're flying in on 120, which is roughly somewhere down here, right? 120, and then you want to exit on 090, like, let's just do a different color. You want to exit like that. So if you want to fly in on 120, I think you actually need to put in the reverse of that. So you would put in 300, and then once the VOR gets blocked, then you would change this, the OBS knob, change that to 090, and then make a right turn and then re-intercept. Quite a sharp turn that though, so it'd probably be more like that you would have to come in like this, and then you would probably have to fly out and round like that and come back like that. If I remember correctly, it has been a while since I've done VOR navigation, so I might be a bit rusty on that, but that should work. I can't hear this beacon anymore, and I don't think we're on the beam. I can still hear an N. So That is quite unfortunate. Alright, well, we'll try and tune the Chicago one then. That's 350. So we'll bring this. And we'll bring this. So let's put 350. Can we hear it? No, we can't. So we might go off a little bit here. We might go off a little bit. I think the best thing we can do at this stage is really just try and listen for this one. 224. I'm going to turn the music down for a sec so I can hear it better. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing an N. Definitely hearing an N, so we're somewhere up here. Let's see if we can get on the beam real quick, because I can actually hear it not too badly with the music off. I know you guys can still hear the music, but I can't, so let's see if I can just rectify this before we get too far away from it. Oh, I really can't hear it now. Yeah, it's very difficult to hear it. I'm just going to mute the sim for a sec, see if I can hear it then. No, really can't hear it anymore. It's gone. It's gone. So, a bit of dead reckoning here. We'll go to 350. Let's plot it. OL? That's not correct. Huh? It should be CG. It should be CG. Uh-oh. Why is that not working? That's a problem. That's a big problem. Let's just close that again. No, it's showing OL. Oh no. This is an issue. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's showing us OL there. Really don't know. What if I just change it to a different frequency real quick? Let's just change it back to 224 for a minute. Oh, where's the plot gone? Okay, so that one's fine. That works. Oh dear. Well, let's just keep listening to it anyway and see if we can hear it eventually. So it's been 15 minutes, so we'll start our descent anyway. Oh dear, guys. Oh dear. Going to keep the power settings the same. And we're going to go for 500 feet per minute. We'll put the hydraulics to bypass. Oh, wait, is that the right position? No, it's not, is it? It needs to be down. There we go, the pressure's coming back up. Okay, that's fine. Put the mixture to rich. Lock that in place. So hopefully, if this fails me, then maybe we'll have to. Let me just see. Is there any other ranges we can use? There's one north of the fields as well. We could potentially use that one. 269. I'll try that one, and we'll just come off the airway if necessary. Can't hear this one. Oh, this is not identifying correctly either. It's DTO, this one. It should be NBU. Very strange. Okay. And it's just crashed on me again, so I'm just going to restart it. Right. So, 269... Keep this descent coming. 269. If I plot that, it should be NBU. Okay, so it's working now. It's just crashed again. Where's it gone? Flying the beam. Maybe the right one works now. 350. So I want 350 plot. Hey, there we go. It's working. Fantastic. Maybe it just needed a restart. So we'll start listening on that one. And then basically once we hear that come in, we know to make the turn then. Fantastic. We'll turn the volume right up on that. Oh shit, the bed. What the? I'm already on the beam. What? That's surprising. Let's take a left turn. We're going to go 068. Okay, I can hear a N coming in, which, yep, sounds about right. Because we're a bit late turning there. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't think we would be on the beam quite so early. But fine, no worries. Okay, I can hear an N, so it means we've gone too far. Let's keep turning. Fantastic, guys. Fantastic. I'm glad we've got that sorted. So we'll turn to about, what, 058, something like that. Just because we're turning a little bit left now. We had that tailwind before, so we're probably going to get a bit of a crosswind now. Sorry, we'll turn to 060 for now. I meant 057 before, didn't I? But let's try that. So we're descending nicely. We just come through 11,000 feet. Great stuff. Let's get, well, nothing. Let's do nothing for now. Cylinder head temperatures are heating up a little bit, so I'm just going to open these up, the cowl flaps a little bit. Great stuff. Let's get back to the checklist then. We never did the cruise checklist, did we? Because I was so enamored with the process. Anyway, right, okay. So descent checklist, altimeters and flight instruments. Sets and cross-checked. I'm just going to press B on the keyboard. Fuel tanks are in main, that's fine. Crossfeed is off. Hydraulic bypass is down. Inverters, we can go ahead and stick them to like this now. I'm not sure what this little bar is supposed to be for, to be honest. I never really got that. I wonder if it's just so you can quickly do a bit of that if you need to. I don't know. So I'll put the inverters to opposites. Right, we're coming back onto that beam now. Give a hair of a bank to the right. Right. It was a manual turn to intercept after turning on to 90 degrees. It was missing. Thought you'd just turn the OBS knob to 90. Yeah, so theoretically you can do that, Chris. Theoretically you can, but because of the way the autopilot works in the DC6, it just can't really handle that kind of turn that well. So you're better off just sort of banking it manually yourself. Oh, we're going through some cloud. What's the temperature? Oh, it's borderline icing, so let's just go ahead and get the anti-ice on anyway. Okay, I'm hearing an A. I'm hearing an A. So we've gone too far. Let's give a bit bank to the right. So we must not have too much wind then. Can we see the airport yet? Oh, we can see the lake though. We can see the lake, so the airport must be somewhere behind this cloud. Oh no, there it is. There's the airfield. Okay, so we're definitely a bit high. Let's increase the rate of descent a bit. I guess maybe my my dead reckoning calculation was maybe a bit wrong, maybe. Although we had a tailwind. Possibly we have a tailwind. That's why it was so off there. About 5 large vodkas later, or you're never going to sleep. Yeah, don't worry, I will. I mean, theoretically, this sound could be kind of soothing to listen to while you're sleeping, right? Maybe, maybe not. Can you go to Lib, please? I assume that's an ICAO code for an airport. We're just in the middle of a flight at the moment, dude. If you want to request any routes for the stream to see on the stream, jump into the Discord, look in the description of the video, jump in the Discord and put your route suggestions on there. Mozart, hello, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well, dude. Welcome, welcome. Time for bed for Acer. No worries at all, dude. No worries at all. Sleep well, mate. I hope you feel better soon. Okay, I'm still hearing an A. Let's give a bit more of a bank to the right. Don't forget the replay. I'll try, yeah. I'll try and remember it. We are coming onto the beam though, so let's just level it off. No, you don't agree with that, Dave. I don't blame you. It's only mostly dead reckoning. Yeah, mostly. Yeah, we're very, very high here. Very, very high. We're nearly there though, guys. We made it all the way downtown Chicago there. We made it all the way from Denver to here without looking at a single GPS. Here's the airport. So we've gone through the cone of silence now. And I think what I'm going to do now is we're going to forget about the radio range. We're just going to do things visually now. That's off. I'm going to do a heading of 090 just to give us a bit of extra room to make the left turn back in towards the airport. Quite difficult to make out the runways, isn't it? I think we want... This is 25 center here. I think that's what we want right there. Alrighty then. I'm going to reduce the power a bit here because we are a little bit high and a little bit fast. Where's my checklist? There it is. Okay, so let's do the approach checklist. So we'll get the signs on. Signs are on. Landing lights. Landing lights are only supposed to come on under 150 knots in this aircraft, so we'll wait a bit longer. We'll bring the power back down. It'll come down to 100 BMEP. There we are, guys. Woo! Look at this. Bit of sea ice. There's Chicago. Right, I'm going to bring the power even more back. Come to 70 BMEP. Alrighty then. Let's see how we're doing on the temps. Getting a bit cool. I think I'll leave it on that setting for now though. We didn't do the checklist, did we? So the signs are on. Landing lights will be on below 150. Mixture is auto rich. Carb temp is cold. Cowl flaps are set. Boost pumps, we can turn those on. Why has the sound on this aircraft gone really quiet? Is it just me? So cowl flaps, boost pumps are on, power is set. So approach checklist is complete. Let's go ahead and reduce our rate of descent. We're going to swing ourselves 180 degrees. A bit less than 180 degrees. And we're going to come in for a landing on 2728 center. Heading of the runway is 270. There or thereabouts. Let's stop the descent here. Bit late at catching that there. Not the greatest. Now, it's very difficult to see the airport from this far out. What I think I might do, just to give me a bit of guidance, I am going to just tune the ILS. Just so I've got some kind of indication here. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. 108.905. There we are. So about 3,500, that's fine. Speed's coming back. That's good. So I can actually probably give a bit of extra power here. We'll go for 90 BMEP. So I've set this up so that basically once we come in towards the airfield here, once we meet the glide slope here, we'll have a 10-mile final. Now, I find it a little bit hard to believe the localizer's not coming in just yet, but okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Right. Lovely stuff, guys. Lovely stuff. Schutz is going in for a landing. He's already 1,800 feet. Let's go. Oh, there we go. We're visual. Fantastic. I think this is the runway we're going for. I'm pretty sure. Okay, great stuff. I think I'm just going to disconnect and fly it manually from here, I think. Just for a bit of fun. Why not? So, what do I need to do as we come in? We just need to just check the cowl flaps just before we get too close. We need to bring the props up to full forward and bring the flaps and gear down, obviously. And then we can bring the landing lights out once we slow down a bit further. So yeah, let's do it, guys. Let's disconnect the old gyro pilot. And we're going to give ourselves a little bit of a bank in to the left here. Oh, definitely don't want to descend just yet. Bit of trim up. So 165 knots currently. I'm going to just go ahead and just turn on some of the lights here. That'll do it. I don't want to be faffing about too much. Okay then, so we're 165 knots. Let's go for flaps 10. Trim down, trim down. Excuse me. Flaps 15. Bring those landing lights down now. Speed's coming back. Bit of trim up. Let's just get settled in that descent. Let's turn off the motors for the landing lights. Let's check the cylinder head temperatures real quick. They're getting a bit hot. Let's open those up. 4 degrees is the landing setting. We'll do that for now. And definitely a bit off center line here. Have I just turned the autopilot back on by accident? No. Okay. Yeah, a little bit off center line here. Let's just recover that. And we'll go for flaps 20. Get the gear down as well. Alright, gears down and 3 greens. Looking good. Definitely a bit off centre line here, but we've got 8 miles to go. Gonna bring the power lack a little bit. It's just creeping up. Gonna bring the prop RPMs slowly back as well. Slowly nudging the props up. Bit of trim up there. Outer marker, blue light. Oh shit, the recording. Record. Okay, I remembered at least. Oh dear, oh dear. Come on, let's get onto that center line. Look at this scenery though. This is an epic sunset, isn't it? Let's go for flaps 30. I need to just lower my sensitivity a tiny bit on this aircraft. It feels a little bit jittery. There we go, back on that center line, 140 knots. Go for flaps 40. Come on, onto the center line. I'll go for flaps full. I'm just going to bring the power touch back. Bring the props all the way forwards now. Oh, come on. There we go. Better, better. I think there's a little bit of a crosswind from the right, which obviously makes sense considering the crosswind we've had the whole way here. We're down. I don't think we need to use any reverse here, to be honest. A little bit off center line there, but not too terrible, not too terrible. Beautiful. That was not bad, actually, considering I manually flew the whole thing there. Right, I'm not going to slow down too much here, so we can come off at the end and go left onto the cargo ramp. Beautiful. Let's get the cowl flaps all the way open. Great stuff. Prop de-ice, airfoil heater off. We'll get the vinyl warming off as well. Great stuff. Booster pumps can come off as well. Oh, we've missed our turning. We'll have to go to the next one. That was not bad. That was not bad. We'll get the flaps up. Pitot heat off as well. Get a few more RPMs in. We'll get the cooling turbine. Is that already on? It is. Okay, fine. Right, we'll come off here and taxi on down to the cargo ramp, which is just over here to our left. If I can see the center line. There it is. I feel like my engines might have died on me, you know. Oh no, there we go. Very slow to respond at the moment. I think I definitely have done some damage because there's a bit of a split there on the RPM. There we go, guys. What did the landing rate come up as? Did it actually come up? Did it actually come up? Tape the landing. Yes, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I've recorded the landing. I've recorded the landing. We're going to watch that back in a minute. I'm going to stop it now before I forget. Right, here's a cargo ramp. I believe this is where United would have their aircraft. Yeah, it's a magical sunset, isn't it, guys? Absolute magic. Alright, we'll come in here. We'll get the landing lights off. Retract them. I think this is a stand. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, dear. Let's just swing out to the right here, and then we'll swing back in. It's going to be a tight turn, this. No problem for the DC-6. Turns on a dime, doesn't it? On the brakes. And there we go, guys. There we freaking go. 116. Nice. Nice. I'll take that. I'll take that. Let's go. Right, guys. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is, before actually shutting down the engines, because I don't know how it works with this aircraft with the replay mode, I'm just going to leave the engines running, and we're just going to probably just skip the parking checklist because we've well, we've done the after landing checklist, but we'll skip the parking one just so we can watch the replay, really. I'm going to wind. Oh, I can't change the weather, can I? Right. Let's give it a try. Perfect. 115. Let's go, guys. Not bad at all. I was a little bit ropey on short final there. I found myself off centre line by quite a bit, but I think just about recovered it. Here we are. It's time. Let's go for, I think, this one for the first. But yeah, I think I do need to reduce my sensitivity a little bit on this aircraft. It feels a little bit jittery at the moment. All right. Just bringing up the landing report on SimToolkit. Oh my days! That was actually a pretty damn decent landing, actually. Well within the touchdown zone. I'll show you that once we've watched the replay a couple of times. The sun's out now in Denver, Paul. No way, dude. No way. All the way manual and old school. Yeah, indeed, FCAM. Yeah. Yeah, man. You got to try it sometime. You got to do it. You're a legend, Bobby says Manacle. Oh, thank you, dude. Much appreciated. Record, this is beautiful. Yeah, so the only thing with the only thing with the replay mode is it doesn't actually record the weather, so the weather can still change when you're playing back the replay. Look at those flaps out like 90 degrees down. But yeah, the weather can change unfortunately in the replay, but thankfully it still looks pretty good for us. There we go. That wasn't too bad, was it? I'm still moving to the right. Let's see how far I was off centre line. So I gave it a little bit of rudder there. And we're down there. So I wasn't too far off centre line. I think the reason I came away from the centre line was because I didn't put enough right rudder in, so therefore I started moving, you know, out to the left after I touched down. But that's fine. I'll take that. I'll take that. Right, we've got a side view here. We definitely do. There we go. Nice side view there. Nice side view. Right. Let's watch that again. Right, here we are. Here we are. Here we are. I think this is a bit close in. I want to see the wheels underneath. There we go. This is better. So yeah, coming in with that nice little bit of nose down attitude, which is good. What you want for the DC6, really. Nice little bit of nose down. Maybe a little bit low over the threshold there. Bit of a flare too early there. You can see me pulling back. And definitely floated there for a little bit, but again, not a huge issue. Nice. I thought I actually bounced that. I thought I bounced it, but I didn't. I didn't. So you can actually see what happens. If you come here, I think it's basically the wheels touch down, but then the weight slightly shifts off them for a second, and then it comes back down. But yeah, I definitely need to adjust the sensitivity on this. Look at that. It's just twitching about. Oh, look at that. Oh, I did bounce a little bit, didn't I? I did bounce. I actually touched down with all three wheels at the same time. Love it. Let's go 25% speed here. I tend to always bounce the DC6, Chris, for some reason. Maybe I'm just landing a little bit too quick. There we go. All down at the same time. And then a little bit up. Oh, look at that. You can see the... Oh, no. All the wheels came off for another second there. Oh, they've got ground effects now, actually, haven't they, on this? I've not seen that before. Like touchdown effects. So you can see all three wheels touch at the same time here. Bonk. And then the weight comes off. These two wheels come up. This one's still touching the ground. And then it comes off slightly. And then straight back down. Oh, I love to see it. Love to see it. So this is Chicago O'Hare Airport this is the Asobo version of the airport. which is all right. It's all right. I'm considering getting the FS Dream Team one because I think we're going to do a 2,000 sub special soon, and I've planned a 2,000-mile flight that we're going to do, and I think we're going to start it here at Chicago O'Hare. Thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, it was not too bad actually. I mean, considering I hand flew the whole thing in, I'm fairly happy with that. Definitely needed more right rudder there. Definitely needed more right rudder. Have we got another camera we can do? Just one more, come on now. What we got? We'll do this one. Because we're going to have a look at the landing report now anyway. So if I bring the tablet up real quick. So landing report here on SimToolkit. As you can see, they're right in the touchdown zone, just under 1,000 feet after the aiming point. So pretty good, really. And then centerline deviation. This is actually obviously totally incorrect because it wanted me to land down here. But I mean, looking at that little green dot, it looks like we're pretty close to centerline. So I'll take that. Vertical speed minus 115 and 1.05 G. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that actually. Pretty pleased. So what you mean about the weather in the replay? It keeps going. Yeah. Time just keeps going, unfortunately. And we're on live players at the moment, so I can't actually change the time at all. But yeah, that is going to be it from me for today, guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed that anyway. I hope you guys have learned something new today. Hope you guys, you know, just overall just enjoyed, really. I know it's been a bit more of a low-key stream, I suppose, than normal, because we've been, you know, I've been quite focused on the radio range navigation, so I've not really been able to just chill and chat to you guys. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. It was something a bit different. Like I say, we've got 2,000 sub special coming up soon. Next week, I've got something really cool planned, which I will reveal. I'll probably make a post about it tomorrow. So I will, yeah, keep your eyes out for that, because that is going to be really interesting to watch, I think. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, though. Dave, also, thank you very much for the 1,000 stars, dude. That's very generous of you, as always, mate. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for the 100 stars, Dave. Much appreciated. But guys, thank you so much for watching. I'm glad some of you learned something. It's yeah, learning experience for me still, but nevertheless, great fun. And DC-6 is just a great aircraft to fly, isn't it? All right. Well, thanks again, guys. I will catch you probably on Sunday now. So keep an eye out for that, and have a fantastic Friday, Saturday.